Chapter 1773. Three forces had secretly banded together, ready to take advantage of Tianlan Manor's weakness to swallow it whole. Fortunately, Tianjian and Tianrulan had accompanied Foreign Minister Li Changqing to the Constellation Sea civilization and had accidentally obtained a piece of golden flames forbidden wood. They had invited the protection of Emperor Ku Xan, one of the three great emperors of the Dusty Sand civilization. Only then did they manage to intimidate the younger generation and defuse the danger. The bearded man Yu Hong was a direct disciple of Emperor Ku Xan. He had replaced his master to oversee the Tianlan Manor. That piece of golden flames forbidden wood had changed the fate of the Tianlan Manor. Hence, Tianjian was extremely respectful and grateful to Suyu. "Brother Su, my sister also wants to see you, but she is refining a precious elixir and will need another hour. When she comes out, we will hold a feast for you." Hearing that Tianrulan was busy, Suyu said, "There's no need for a feast. It would be nice if you could arrange a training room for me." He pointed to his chest, where the shocking wound was still there. "It was my negligence. I will arrange it for you immediately," Tianjian said solemnly as he glanced at the wound. Soon, Suyu was arranged to enter a secret room. Outside the secret room, Yu Hong pondered. "Is this person reliable?" Tianjian only smiled. Without him, there would not be the Tianlan Manor today. "Let's go and protect Rulan. The divine moon elixir is about to appear." Tianjian's eyes were filled with anticipation. The divine moon elixir was the top elixir of the Dusty Sand civilization. It had unexpected benefits for the overlords. After consuming it, there was a 90% chance that a silver overlord would break through to the gold overlord level, a 60% chance that a gold overlord would break through to the crystal overlord level, and a 10% chance that a crystal overlord would break through to the peak overlord level. It was miraculous. This elixir recipe was found by Emperor Ku Xan in the ruins of the Diyu Empire. It was unique to him. This time, the Tianlan Manor had tactfully given them an extra reward, a semi-finished divine moon elixir. With a simple refinement by the Tianlan Manor, it would become a complete divine elixir. At the moment, Tianjian and Tianrulan were both silver overlords. They urgently needed to improve their abilities. One could imagine how precious this elixir was. "Second uncle, why are you here?" When Tianjian rushed back to the alchemy room, he found that Heaven Flowing Blade was also there. Heaven Flowing Blade was the prefecture lord's younger brother. Many years ago, during the struggle for the position of prefecture lord, he was chased away by Tianjian's father. He had wandered the Dust Sand civilization alone for many years, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. This time, when Tianlan Manor was in danger, he received the news from somewhere and rushed back to help Tianlan Manor fend off the enemies. Although the war didn't happen in the end, Tian Lu Dao still cared about the Tianlan Manor. The Tianjian siblings couldn't chase him away, so they let him stay. He had the cultivation of a golden overlord and could be considered a rare combat power of the Skyarcid Manor. Heavenly Flowing Blade was gentle and his face was pale. He nodded. "How can I not keep an eye on such a big thing? Whether or not Tianlan Manor can have another golden overlord will depend on this pill." Tianjian smiled, but he felt a little strange. Could it be that after running away from home for so many years, second uncle never resented his father for banishing him? He always felt that second uncle was a little too enthusiastic towards him, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. At this time, the alchemy room was filled with a rich fragrance. Flickering lights seeped through the cracks in the door. The lights reflected in the eyes of the people outside, reflecting a different color. Bang! The sound of a furnace, lid hitting the stone wall, came from within. The expressions of the three people outside changed. The pill was done. Creak! The stone door opened, and a beautiful young woman walked out, her forehead beaded with sweat. She held a bronze box in her hand. Inside was the mystic moon pill that had just been refined. Congratulations to the two of you. The mystic moon pill has reached large success. Yu Hong smiled, his gaze sweeping over the bronze box. Tianjin excitedly stepped forward, preparing to take a peek at the legendary mystic moon pill. Suddenly, a strong fog erupted in the hall. Not only did it block vision, but it also blocked all senses. Who is it? Yu Hong is here, who dares to cause trouble. Yu Hong discovered a strong enemy and struck out with a palm. There was a loud explosion as Yu Hong and a powerhouse fiercely collided. A series of footsteps echoed in the fog. Be careful, this person is extremely strong. He's a mystic crystal overlord. Protect the mystic moon pill. Yu Hong roared, but the enemy had come prepared. How could they fail? In the fog, Tian Roland groaned in pain. She had been injured. Not good. The bronze box has been stolen. Tian Roland exclaimed. Who is it? Tianjin was going crazy. Who could sneak into the Tianlan Manor without anyone knowing? Who could set up the fog in advance? Who could it be? Yu Hong shouted, seal all 5 senses. The Tian siblings and Tian Lu, Dao, sealed their senses. Roar! Yu Hong took a deep breath and exhaled together with pure God power, creating a huge sound wave radiation. In a few breaths, the nearby fog was swept away by the sound wave. Tian Roland was lying in front of the secret room, covered in blood. The bronze box in her hand was gone. Yu Hong was panting. He seemed to have fought with someone. His palms were red and showed signs of fighting. Tian Lu Dao's expression darkened as he gave chase. The others immediately gave chase. But after such a long time, there was no sign of the enemy. Tian Lu Dao walked over quickly and helped Tian Roland up. He said, Did you feel anything when that person attacked? Do you have any suspects? The oasis was only so big. All the experts should have seen it. It's useless. Yu Hong's expression darkened. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. That person is a mystic crystal overlord. He's not from the Jadeite oasis. If it was a foreign mystic crystal overlord, Tian Roland would not be familiar with him. She would not be able to deduce who did it. Tian Roland shook her head with a pale face. I don't know him. I've never seen him before. Pa! Tianjin's face was red. He punched the wall and roared, Who is it? Who can sneak in without triggering the Tianlan Manor's formation and ignore Senior Yu's senses, and set it up in advance? At this point, Yu Hong's eyes were filled with suspicion. This is indeed strange. The mystic crystal overlord might be able to avoid the formation. But how could he avoid my senses? It must be a mole, a mystic crystal overlord who is proficient in hiding his aura. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to do it so perfectly. Tianjin was stunned. But the only mystic crystal overlord in the manor is Senior Yu. You've been with me the whole time. It can't be you. Yu Hong's eyes flashed. Vice Master, you forgot that there's another mystic crystal overlord in the manor. The one you just saved. Him. Impossible. He's not that kind of person. Tianjin shook his head without hesitation. He could give away the golden flames, forbidden wood. Why would he care about the mystic moon elixir? What a joke! Tian Roland covered her chest and wiped off the divine blood. She asked suspiciously, Big brother, who did you save? Tianjin frowned. It's our benefactor. He was injured and fell nearby. I brought him back to treat his injuries. I wanted to hold a feast for him after the mystic moon elixir was successfully refined. Who knew there would be such a mistake? Ah, benefactor is here? Tian Roland's face was filled with surprise. Humph, what benefactor? He's the suspect. Yu Hong interrupted her joy. Tian Roland said righteously, Benefactor can't be the suspect. Yu Hong curled his lips. Is that so? The mystic crystal overlord is good at hiding his aura. He's also a mole. He. Who else could it be other than him? Hearing that, Tianjian's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, when they were searching for that desert, Yu Hong hadn't discovered Su Yu even though he was close at hand. It was obvious that Su Yu was very good at hiding his aura. It could be explained that he didn't alarm the spell outside and even set up the dense fog in advance. The most irrefutable part was that Su Yu was also the mystic crystal overlord. The most suspicious thing is that your so-called benefactor didn't come earlier or later. He came when the mystic moon elixir was born. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? Everything pointed to Su Yu. No one could refute that. Tian Lu Dao frowned. Tianjian, you're too rash. How could you bring an outsider in at such a critical moment? You're partly responsible for the loss of the mystic moon elixir. Yu Hong let out a cold grunt. Don't say anything else. Let's meet that benefactor first. Humph. Regardless of how Tianjian and Tianrulan tried to stop them, the two of them strode forward, rushing to the secret chamber. Su Yu's injuries had recovered by 20 to 30%. He no longer needed to use his full strength. Sensing the two aggressive auras pressing down on him, he naturally opened his eyes. Benefactor of the Tianlan Manor, I have some questions to ask you. Yu Hong did not hold back, kicking open the stone door. Su Yu's expression was calm. Speak. His arrogant demeanor angered Yu Hong. Let me ask you, where did you hide the mystic moon elixir? What's that? Su Yu asked. Haha, stop pretending. I can't help but admire your acting skills. You can still remain calm even when you're here. Tian Lu Dao looked Su Yu up and down. Young hero, the mystic moon elixir is the lifesaver of the Tianlan Manor. Please hand it over, and we will still recognize you as our benefactor. Su Yu stood up. How strange. I didn't take anything from you. He could tell from their tone that they suspected Su Yu of stealing something from them. Since he was already suspected to this extent, there was no point for Su Yu to stay any longer. Moreover, the sinful lady palace would soon discover the dust-sand civilization, so he had to make preparations. If that's the case, please cooperate with us. Tian Lu Dao's expression darkened. Yu Hong immediately pounced forward, laughing coldly. Surrender now. If you weren't injured, I might have been afraid of you. But now... Humph. Su Yu glanced at him, then walked past him and nodded slightly at Tianjian and Tianrulan. Thank you for your hospitality. Goodbye. Tianjian hurriedly said. Wait, that wasn't our intention. Knowing that Su Yu had misunderstood, Tianrulan hurriedly said, Benefactor, let me explain. However, as Yu Hong pounced forward, the yin and yang energy around Su Yu flickered, and he disappeared into thin air. Disappeared? Tian Lu Dao was shocked. Yu Hong's eyes flashed as he looked at the sky behind him. What a powerful speed divine technique! Tianjian and Tianrulan's faces darkened. They didn't believe that Su Yu was such a person. Ever since they came into contact with the ancient dream altar, they knew what kind of person Su Yu was. It was all Yu Hong's fault. Elder Yu, how could you make such a decision? Tianjian questioned. Unexpectedly, Yu Hong turned his head, coldly. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you question me? Tian Lu Dao hid his hands in his sleeves and stood beside Yu Hong casually. He said calmly, Nephew Tianjian, what you did was wrong. How could you disrespect Lord Yu? Kneel down and apologize. What? Tianjian couldn't think straight. Chapter 1774. Moreover, making him a young mansion master, Neil would represent the entire Tianlan mansion. Wouldn't that mean that Tianlan mansion would submit to Yu Hong? Second uncle, why are you helping outsiders? Tianrulan was as straightforward as ever. I only stand on the side of reason. Tianrulan's face darkened. Second uncle, don't forget that this is Tianlan mansion and we took you in. If you want to stand on the side of outsiders, please leave. Leave? Where are you going? Skystream blade shrugged. Tianlon Manor is mine. Why should I leave? The Tianjian siblings finally sensed that something was wrong, even though they did not know anything. Tianjian shouted, second uncle, "Be careful with your words. Father's last wish was to pass the position to me, not you." Tian Lu Dao's face gradually revealed the fierceness he had been suppressing for a long time. He grinned. "It was your father who stole it from me." "That's your previous generation's business. Tianlon Mansion is under me, and Tianlon Mansion is loyal to me. They won't change their master just because of your words," Tianjian said righteously. "Hee, how naive. I really don't understand how the two of you came back alive from the ancient dream altar." Tianlon Mansion's face was filled with killing intent. "The two of you are dead. I'm the only one left to be loyal to." Tianjian and Tianrolon shuddered. No wonder Tianlon Mansion suddenly returned after their father's death. He coveted the position of Tianlon Mansion's mansion master. Tianjian had long felt that something was wrong. "So that's why. You've thought it through?" Tianlon Mansion laughed. "But what you didn't expect was that I was the one who instigated those three forces to swallow up Tianlon Mansion." "What?" Tianlon Mansion rushed back to help Tianlon Mansion because he wanted to cooperate with the enemy? Thinking of this, the siblings felt a chill down their spine. What was even colder was yet to come. "Senior Yu, so you were also bribed by him? Aren't you afraid of Emperor Ku Exan punishing you?" Tianjin asked. He was ordered by Emperor Ku Exan to come and protect Tianlon Mansion. Wouldn't the emperor be angry if he did something that went against the emperor's wishes? Yu Hong laughed mockingly. "I'll report to Sovereign Ku Exan. You were all killed by that old friend who just escaped. Sovereign, what can you do to me? Don't tell me that I will punish me for two insignificant ants like you?" Tianjin gritted his teeth and suppressed the rage in his heart. "Senior Yu, we can give you whatever the Skystream saber gave you." "Haha, you won't be able to give it to me." Yu Hong laughed. "What I want is for Tianlon Manor to obey my orders from now on, and your second uncle is obviously more sensible than you two siblings." The two siblings' hearts thumped as if they'd fallen into an icy hole, and their hearts were as cold as it could be. Yu Hong couldn't even take a step forward. His powerful aura made it hard for the siblings to breathe, let alone resist. "Originally, I wanted to kill you and your sister in the mist, but you had an old friend of the mystic crystal overlord, which was more or less troublesome. So I drove him away with a little trick and framed him for your death. In this way, it would be more justifiable." "What? The ones who snatched the mystic moon pill were also them?" The siblings came to a realization. What foreign enemies? It was clearly Yu Hong and the Skystream Saber's self-directed act. Yu Hong's palms touched each other and pretended to be an attack from the outside. That was why his palms were red. And the one who injured Tianrolon was the Skystream Saber. What a well-planned show. Tianrolon and Tianjian's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They were being played like monkeys. "I'll kill you!" Tianrolon screeched and pounced forward to fight. Yu Hong's lips curled up. He flicked his pinky, and a large amount of god power turned into a javelin that pierced towards her chest. How could a silver overlord block an attack from a mystic crystal overlord? Just as he was about to be killed, a jet black sword energy swept over from the sky. The javelin formed from Yu Hong's god power was instantly shattered. At the same time, the sword energy's momentum didn't decrease as it headed straight for Yu Hong. Facing this sudden attack, Yu Hong hurriedly took out his weapon to defend. But that sword energy was terrifyingly strong, and the weapon flew out of his hand. "Which senior is it?" "I am the last disciple of Emperor Ku Exan. Please have mercy on me." Yu Hong was horrified. In the instant that they exchanged blows, he knew that he had met a powerful fighter who was far above him. Only a half-heaven and earth divine warrior could possess such an irresistible force. I'm not considered a senior. I'm just an old friend of the Tianlon Manor. An ethereal voice reverberated from the sky. Old friend? What old friend? Would the Tianlon Manor have such a high and mighty old friend, like a half-heaven and earth divine warrior? Yu Hong's mind was filled with thoughts. It wasn't until the fierce sword energy split him into two and even his divine soul was destroyed that he saw the so-called old friend of the Tianlon Manor before he closed his eyes. A handsome young man with flowing silver hair and a crown floated down, holding a blood sword in his hand. Yu Hong's eyes that were about to close were wide open. He died with a grievance. How could it be him, an injured, mystic crystal overlord? Filled with doubt, Yu Hong's life force was extinguished. A crisp sound rang out from his chest, and several pieces of broken jade slid out. That was the life token. His death must have been transmitted to another life token. Tian Jian and Tian Rulan felt like they were in a dream. They looked at Su Yu, who had suddenly returned and killed the mystic crystal overlord with a single strike. Especially Yu Hong's terrified pleading before he died. It was impossible to forget. Someone as strong as Yu Hong couldn't even defeat a severely injured Su Yu. No, to be precise, he couldn't even block a single strike from Su Yu. How terrifying was Su Yu at his peak? What level had he risen to in 2 years? A peak overlord, or a half-heaven and earth divine warrior? Su Yu landed and smiled at the two of them. Without turning his head, he said, "Take another step and you die." Only then did the brother and sister realize that Tian Lu Dao had sneaked out of the great hall and was about to escape. After being warned by Su Yu, Tian Lu Dao maintained his stance, not daring to move an inch. After witnessing Su Yu's terrifying swordsmanship, how could he dare say a word of defiance? "I'll leave this to you," Su Yu said to the brother and sister. After all, he was from the Tianlon Manor. It would be better to let the Tian Jian siblings deal with him. Tian Rulan's eyes were filled with hatred. Traitorous and colluding with the enemy. Of course, I'll kill him with a single strike to eliminate any future troubles. Swish, she drew her sword, about to end Tian Lu Dao's life. "Sister, wait." Tian Jian stopped her. "Why are you stopping me? This kind of heartless and unscrupulous thing. Kill them all." Tian Rulan was indignant. Tian Jian said calmly, "Of course we can't let him go. But we have to investigate which Oasis Force's second uncle has befriended, right? Even if the Tianlon Manor seeks revenge in the future, we'll have a list of targets." Tian Rulan felt that his words made sense. "Humph, I'll spare your worthless life." But then a hint of viciousness flashed in her eyes. "You can be spared, but you can't escape death." Creak! A cold sword energy flashed past, piercing Tian Lu Dao's abdomen, intending to destroy his internal organs and destroy his cultivation base. Clang! Unexpectedly, the sword energy was blocked by Tian Lu Dao's powerful divine strength when it struck his abdomen. Even if he didn't retaliate, it wouldn't be easy for the Silver Overlord to hurt the Gold Overlord. "You dare to resist?" Tian Rulan's face was flushed with anger. She glanced at Su Yu from the corner of her eye, as if she had been humiliated. Su Yu flicked his wrist and drew a sword flower. A black sword energy pierced forward, easily piercing through Tian Lu Dao's internal organs. Tian Lu Dao's face was pale as he clutched his abdomen in pain. The divine strength in his internal organs was overflowing uncontrollably. "Guards, suppress him and keep a close watch." Tian Rulan bellowed angrily. She wished she could stomp on him a few times. How could he embarrass her in front of Su Yu? How hateful! Su Yu laughed. He sucked Yu Hong's corpse over to him. With a simple search, he found Yu Hong's storage space that he carried with him. He tossed it to the siblings. "See if the lost item is still inside." The siblings opened it immediately and easily found the bronze box that had been stolen. Tian Rilan held the bronze box and felt relieved. She said joyfully, "Thank you, benefactor, thank you." Tianjian was extremely grateful as well. He said, "We are ashamed. Benefactor saved us again, and we even caused you to suffer such a great injustice. But that was not our intention. We believe that Benefactor is not that kind of person. We did not lie." Waving his hand, Suyu said, "It is precisely because I know that I came back." He had been wrongly accused, and it was by two strong men whose cultivation was far superior to the Tianjin siblings. How profound was Suyu's calculation! He could see through this little trick with a glance. Hence, he pretended to leave, but was actually observing in secret. Only when he had confirmed it did he take swift measures. Hearing this, the Tianjin siblings heaved a sigh of relief. "Benefactor, you are so righteous. It is a great honor for the Tianlan Manor to know you." Tianjin exclaimed in his heart. Meeting Su Yu was indeed a blessing that they could not obtain even in a few lifetimes. As he spoke, Tianjin returned the storage space. Su Yu said, "I have given it to you. Take it. There should be many good things in the storage space of the glazed crystal overlord." For Su Yu, the storage space was useless, but it would be of great benefit to the siblings. "Ah, how can I accept this?" Tianjin hurriedly refused, his expression turning serious. "Moreover, this thief's master is Emperor Ku Exan. How would we dare to take his things? If Emperor Ku Exan were to question us, it would be a disaster. Benefactor, you have killed Yu Hong, and you have caused great trouble. Please hide quickly," Tianrilan said. Tianrilan said, "Although our Tianlan Manor isn't some worldly spiritual manor, we have an extraordinary treasure that can isolate us from the outside world. Even a sovereign might not be able to do so. Big brother, Su can temporarily hide in there." An emperor of heaven and earth? If it was an emperor of heaven and earth, even if Suyu could not kill him, he would not be afraid. "Just take it. Emperor Ku Exayan is there, and I will explain the situation," Suyu said. Tian Rulan was not frightened by Suyu's tone. Which emperor of heaven and earth would be so easy to talk to, especially after killing his disciple, and then explaining the situation to him? His nonchalant tone really gave them a fright. "Big brother Su, it's better to have one less thing to worry about. Hurry up and hide, we'll explain everything." Tian Rulan urged. Chapter 1775. Even though they were slightly familiar with Emperor Ku Exayan, they still felt uneasy. Killing Yu Hong was a huge problem. They hoped that Emperor Ku Exayan would be understanding and not make things difficult for the Tianlan Manor after hearing the truth. The siblings exchanged glances, preparing to say something. But Suyu calmly said, "There's no need. He's already here." Suyu glanced at the broken pieces of the life tablet in Yu Hong's arms, then looked up at the horizon. The Tianjin siblings could not sense it, but he could sense a powerful aura rapidly approaching. It must be Emperor Ku Exayan, who had sensed his disciple Yu Hong's death. What? He's here? The Tianjin siblings' hearts skipped a beat. In their panic, they could not think of an excuse. Whoosh! A series of flames flickered in and out of the horizon, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. That was some kind of extremely tyrannical creature rushing over at high speed. The siblings panicked even more as they watched the flames rush towards the Tianlan Manor. "Who killed my beloved disciple?" Boom! The fireball crashed down with explosive force, creating a high-temperature shockwave that instantly destroyed half of the Tianlan Manor. Hundreds of people from the clan were vaporized by the impact. Only then did the earth-shattering roar resound. The Tianjin siblings fainted. It was over. With Emperor Ku Exayan's rage, there was no way he would listen to any explanation. A sense of foreboding, as if a great disaster was about to befall them, tightly lingered in their hearts. Tian Rulan's heart was in her throat. She mustered up her courage and said in a trembling voice, "Elder Ku Exen, this is what happened, Elder Yu." However, before she could finish her sentence, Suyu calmly said, "I killed your disciple, and the reason was that I didn't like him. Let's drop this matter here, and you can go back to where you came from. We don't need to damage our relationship because of a small ant." Tian Rilan was dumbfounded, and so was Tianjin. Who was he talking to? The divine emperor of heaven and earth. Did he not want to die fast enough? Even Emperor Ku Exayan, who had rushed over angrily, was stunned. Then he stared at Suyu ferociously, as if he was staring at an ignorant fool. He said in an eerie voice, "I don't care who you are or what abilities you have. Since you killed my disciple, I will make you beg for death." Suyu sheathed the Shura sword and took out the royal scepter dragon sword. "Fine," he said calmly. "I never expected to convince you with words anyway." "Little Kylan," Suyu shouted as he waved his sword. The dragon-shaped sword energy pierced through the sky. The terrifying aura that was comparable to that of a divine warrior of heaven and earth scared Sovereign Ku Exen, and he hurriedly resisted. But just as he made his move, a pink mist flashed before his eyes, and a pink little Qilin, exuding the power of desolation, swung its hoof at his face. The seemingly soft strike caused Sovereign Ku Exen's body to sway and blood to flow from his 7 orifices. His whole body was sent flying like a stone. That terrifying sword was unstoppable as it slashed into his chest. Rumble! Emperor Ku Exen's body was sliced open, leaving a hideous gash in his body. Large amounts of his emperor's blood splattered everywhere, forming lush spiritual veins nearby. After smashing through countless ancient trees, he finally fell into the dust and sand. The Tianjin siblings who were watching from the side were petrified. They did not even blink and forgot to breathe as they stared at the unbelievable scene before them. A dignified divine warrior of heaven and earth had been injured by a single blow. First, it was Suyu's earth-shattering sword, and now it was the unexpected little Qilin. They were shocked beyond belief. "Cough, cough!" Sovereign Ku Exan crawled out of the dust and sand, his eyes filled with shock. He stared at the little Qilin and the royal scepter dragon sword in Suyu's hands. "Suyu actually had a spiritual pet of a divine warrior of heaven and earth? And an extremely terrifying royal scepter dragon sword. Continue," Suyu said calmly as he prepared to swing his sword again. The little Qilin was also playing with its hoof, ready to rush forward and hit him again. "Wait! Stop! Stop!" Sovereign Ku Exan said hurriedly. His anger had dissipated. Instead, he cupped his hands at them and smiled apologetically. "It's just a misunderstanding. Since we are fellow cultivators, why get angry over such a trivial matter? No divine warrior of heaven and earth would be willing to fight to the death with someone of the same cultivation level. What about your disciple?" Suyu asked. Hearing that, Sovereign Ku Exan said, "Can you give me an explanation? After all, he is my disciple. If he dies just like that, I will have to give an explanation to the outside world." Tian Rilan's heart skipped a beat. She immediately explained, "This is what happened." She told him everything in detail. "If you don't believe me, we left Tian Lu Dao alive so that you can search his soul." Sovereign Ku Exen waved his hands and said in a friendly manner, "I trust Miss Tian's character. I never thought that I would take in such an evil disciple." Heaving a deep sigh, he said, "By killing him, you have done me a favor." Cupping his fists, Sovereign Ku Exan said, "Since this is just a misunderstanding, I will take my leave now." Now that they had found a way out, they had to leave immediately. Were they going to wait for the rest of the divine warriors of heaven and earth to come and watch? "Wait? You're leaving just like that? What about the damage you have caused to the Tianlan Manor?" Suyu pointed at the ruins beneath his feet. Sovereign Ku Exan suppressed his anger. Suyu had killed his disciple, and now he was asking for an apology? How could he bully someone like that? Tian Rilon tugged at Su Yu's sleeves carefully and said in a low voice, "Benefactor, forget it. This is already good enough." Su Yu ignored her and said, "Since I am an old friend of the Tianlon Manor, I will naturally seek justice for them. Why, is Sovereign Ku Xan planning to go back on his word?" As he spoke, he raised the royal dragon sword. The little Kylin also rubbed its palms together, looking as if it wanted to continue. Sovereign Ku Xan's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly took out a transparent bottle of medicine. It was filled with colorful elixirs. It was the Mystic Moon elixir. "Miss Tian, this is a little compensation. I hope you will accept it." Sovereign Ku Xan handed it over, his face full of apology. Tian Rilon was overwhelmed by the favor. She remembered clearly how Sovereign Ku Xan had treated her and her brother like ants when they had offered up the Golden Flames forbidden wood. They could not stand the way he treated them now, as if they were friends on equal terms. Thank you, Sovereign Ku Xan." Tian Rilon was about to kneel down to thank him. Su Yu glared at Sovereign Ku Xan. He shivered and immediately helped her up. He said, "Kindly don't mention it. I was in the wrong first. This bottle of elixirs is compensation. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come and look for me anytime." Tian Rilon's body felt light as if her soul had left her body. Today's experience was too magical. "All right, I will take my leave now." Sensing the aura of several divine warriors of heaven and earth approaching, Sovereign Ku Xan left hurriedly. Tian Rilon, who had finally regained her senses, looked at Su Yu with gratitude and admiration. She murmured, "Benefactor, how can I repay you?" Benefactor." Sovereign Ku Xan, who had not gone far, had a flash of greed in his eyes. Benefactor? Was he the one who had given them the Golden Flames forbidden wood? He walked away quietly, pretending not to have heard anything. Su Yu said it was nothing. "Don't worry about it. What is the treasure you were talking about just now? Can I have a look?" Su Yu asked. Does my benefactor want this item to repay me?" But Tian Rilon and Tian Jian were not reluctant. Compared to what Su Yu had given them, a mere treasure was nothing. "Come with us." Tian Rilon led Su Yu back to the Tianlon Manor. They went to the elixir refining room. A snow-white elixir furnace that looked like a jade artifact appeared in front of them. "This is it," Tian Rilon said. "This is the elixir furnace that has been passed down in the Tianlon Manor. It has an extraordinary effect on isolating auras." Su Yu looked at it and found it strange. Even if an Emperor-based saint artifact was placed in front of him, Su Yu would be able to tell its grade at a glance. But this jade artifact was the only thing he could not tell. The little Qilin widened its purple eyes and circled around the jade artifact curiously. It clicked its tongue and said, "A failed Dao artifact. The ancestors of your Tianlon Manor are quite lucky to be able to pick up such a treasure." A failed doctrine artifact? Su Yu was shocked. Didn't that mean it was a peerless treasure? The little Kylin had the same thought as Su Yu. It said, "A failed item and a finished product are two different things. A failed item can be said to be worthless. Be it its function or its crafting attribute, it is worthless. It is even worse than an ordinary imperial divine weapon. No wonder. If a failed doctrine artifact was valuable, the tiny Tianlon Manor would not have been able to preserve it for so long. The aura isolation of this item is indeed exquisite." Su Yu examined it. Although it was a failed doctrine artifact, because of the attribute of the material, it was able to isolate auras extremely well. Even the young master might not be able to see through the elixir furnace, let alone ordinary emperors. Unless the young master opened the elixir furnace himself, he would not be able to detect Su Yu with just a glance. Could the young master examine it so carefully? Even if they had many emperors, it would still take them hundreds of years to turn the dust sand civilization upside down. I was rescued from a hopeless situation. Suyu sighed as he looked up at the sky. The heavens have not forsaken me. He had not intended to help the Tianlon Manor, but he had obtained a chance to escape from a hopeless situation. Suyu, who did not believe in fate, suddenly had a feeling that everything was predetermined. Brother Su, you are too serious. If you like it, you can take it. We don't make elixirs often anyway, Tian Roland said readily. Suyu said, I am not asking for it. I just want to borrow it to avoid being hunted down. Hunted down? Tian Jian recalled Suyu's situation when he fell into the dust sand civilization. He asked in surprise, Who can hunt you down? With the strength that Suyu had displayed, could there be a heaven and earth divine warrior hunting him down? A powerful enemy that you cannot imagine, Suyu said solemnly. Suyu said solemnly as he sized up the two of them. He then said, To avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to you, I need to remove your memories of me. With Suyu's current soul attainments, it was a piece of cake for him. Tian Jian and his sister said without hesitation, As long as you don't expose us, Brother Su, we are willing. Removing one's soul was quite dangerous, but they agreed readily. It showed how much trust they had in Suyu. Great! Suyu's eyes shot out two gloomy white lights. The siblings felt a sharp pain in their souls, and they passed out on the spot. Chapter 1776. Half an hour later, the brother and sister woke up and looked around blankly. Big brother, what happened to us? Ah, my God, why do I have a whole bottle of Mystic Moon Supreme pills? Hiss! 10 pills, how is that possible? Wait, where's Senior You? Isn't he guarding us while we make the pills? The brother and sister fell into great shock. Then, a giant shadow loomed over them. The dazzling sun seemed to be blocked by something and was slowly swallowed. The sky lost its color, the sun and moon lost their light, and the entire dusty sand civilization fell into darkness. The remaining 4 divine warriors of heaven and earth of the dusty sand civilization looked up in shock. From the giant shadow above them, they felt a powerful aura that they had never felt in their lives. Sovereign Ku Xan was on his way back. He stared at the shadow above him in shock. A bad feeling filled his heart. Without thinking, he turned around and ran. However, he had only taken a few steps when a woman in purple appeared. Her body was graceful, and there was a faint purple glow on her face. The Sinful Lady Palace invites you. Without saying anything, the purple dress captured him and brought him to the meteorite. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the depths of a mysterious bronze-colored hall. There were more than 30 divine warriors of heaven and earth around him. He gasped at the sight of so many divine warriors. At the same time, he was shocked to find that the 4 divine warriors of the Dusty Sand civilization had all been captured. A meteorite fell on this civilization. Is that true? A dreamy voice floated over. Looking toward the voice, a woman with golden light on her face was sitting in front of him. She was emitting a terrifying aura that could shock one's soul. Facing this woman, Sovereign Ku Xan's legs turned to jelly, and he couldn't stop shaking. Speak. The woman in golden light was not angry. The 4 divine warriors nodded. Yes. We sensed something colliding with the civilization, but when we went to investigate, there was only a crater left. There was nothing. The woman in golden light thought for a while. Her white finger drew in the air and formed a lifelike human figure. Have you seen this person before? The 3 divine warriors of heaven and earth were confused and shook their heads. Only Sovereign Ku Xan's eyes flickered, but for some reason he also shook his head. The woman in golden light was disappointed. Then you are all useless. Grant me the holy pill. The 4 emperors were at a loss. What was a holy pill? Z.E. took out 4 holy pills and fed them to the first martial emperor. The pill's effects immediately took effect. With a pained howl, the emperor who had swallowed the holy pill actually transformed into a woman. The next emperor did the same, turning into a woman. When it was the third sovereign's turn, he protested. "May I ask, how did we offend you, sir? Why did you—" In the end, what made people's hair stand on end was that before he could finish speaking, he was flicked by the little finger of the Golden Lady, and this emperor was turned into ashes on the spot. "No one is allowed to question my decision," the Golden Lady said indifferently. Sovereign Ku Xian trembled in fear. When he saw Purple Robe pass the holy pill to him, he hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. "Senior, please have mercy. I've seen this person before. I know where he is." The purple-robed woman's hand gesture stopped, and she stepped aside. The Golden Lady said coldly, "Then, why did you shake your head just now?" When facing such a formidable senior, how could he dare conceal it? He said, "Junior was greedy and wanted to take all the treasures in his possession for myself. I wasn't willing to allow Senior and the others to capture it, so I lied." A trace of killing intent immediately locked onto him. Sovereign Ku Xian was so frightened that he kept kowtowing. He was extremely terrified. After a while, the killing intent slowly receded. "You lied to me. I should have given you a chance. But if what you said is true, help me find this person, and I'll spare your life." Sovereign Ku Xian trembled. "I'm absolutely telling the truth. I'm definitely not lying." "Lead the way," the Golden Lady said indifferently. "Rumble." The Golden Lady, Purple Robe, and Purple Crown brought Sovereign Ku Xian out of the fallen star and appeared in front of Tianlon Mansion. The Golden Lady's eyes swept over them calmly. She said coldly, "His aura isn't here. You lied to me to save your own life, right?" Sovereign Ku Xian was so frightened that he almost cried. "I didn't lie. I just fought with him. Impossible, he must be nearby. But why wasn't his aura around? Could it be that he hid his aura?" Sovereign Ku Xian asked. The Golden Lady was silent, but her killing intent surged. Purple Robe said indifferently, "The young palace lord's eyes have been refined to the highest level. No one's aura can hide from her eyes. It seems that you lied." His ending would be even more miserable than the third sovereign, who died tragically. "No," Sovereign Ku Xian shouted in his heart. Perhaps due to the pressure of death, Sovereign Ku Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Wait a minute, I remember now. It's said that the Skyarcid Manor has a unique alchemy cauldron that has extraordinary effects in isolating auras. Could it be that he is hiding in there?" Purple Robe shook her head. "I said that nothing can hide from the young palace lord's eyes." Thinking of the fallen star that left, Purple Robe said, "Young palace lord, maybe they just stopped for a while and immediately left the dusty sand civilization." "Maybe," the Golden Lady said, but she still walked toward Tianlon Mansion. "Young palace lord." Purple Robe called out softly. The Golden Lady said indifferently, he didn't lie, "There's a special item here that blocked my eyes." Hearing this, Sovereign Ku Xian heaved a sigh of relief, but his back was already drenched in cold sweat. That was close. He almost passed by the gates of hell. In an instant, everyone teleported in front of that item. The Tianjin siblings were sorting out their thoughts. After a while, they realized that Yu Hong had left a bottle of divine moon elixir and left under Sovereign Ku Xian's orders. As for why they had fainted, it must have been because something had gone wrong while refining the divine moon elixir, which had caused some kind of shock wave that had hurt them. Just as they were thinking, a strong wave suddenly appeared behind them. The siblings turned back in shock. When they looked closely, they saw 4 people. Among them was Sovereign Ku Xian. "Ah, Sovereign Ku Xian, why are you here?" Tian Rulan and Tianjin knelt down respectfully. Sovereign Ku Xian did not dare say a word. His eyes were fixed on the Golden Lady. With a wave of her robe, the door of the elixir cultivation room burst open, revealing a jade-colored alchemy furnace. A failed doctrine artifact. The young palace lord was slightly surprised. She squinted her eyes. If Suyu is really in the dusty sand civilization, the only place he could hide is this alchemy furnace. She could not help but believe Sovereign Ku Xian's words. Zi and Zi Guan were also surprised. They surrounded the elixir cultivation room from the front and back to prevent Suyu from escaping. The young palace lord stepped into the secret room and stared at the alchemy furnace. Sovereign Ku Xian was very confident that Suyu could not escape the dusty sand civilization in such a short time. He must be in the alchemy furnace. Open! The young palace lord waved her sleeves, and the lid of the cauldron flew away. What greeted everyone's eyes was an empty expanse of space. Nothing. Sovereign Ku Xian's heart fell from heaven to hell. No, how could this be? How could he not be here? Sovereign Ku Xian staggered backward. When he saw the young palace lord, he screamed in fear, "I am not lying. If you don't believe me, you can ask the siblings. They must have arranged for Suyu to hide here." The young palace lord looked at the siblings and said, "Search their souls." Zi and Zi Guan each took one of them and immediately began searching their souls. After a moment, they shook their heads. There is no recent memory of Suyu. The only memory we have is from 2 years ago. How could this be? Their memories must have been erased by someone. Sovereign Ku Xian shouted anxiously, "If you don't believe me, search my soul. I have fought him before. I must have his memories." The young palace lord slowly extended her finger and flicked it. Ah! A pitiful scream pierced through the heavens and earth. It stopped abruptly. "Young palace lord, why don't you search his soul?" Zi asked. The young palace lord said indifferently, "I cannot tolerate being lied to again. There is no need. He is merely stalling for time." If he had admitted to meeting Suyu from the start, the young palace lord might have believed him. However, he had lied from the start, and his words had been inconsistent with the truth. The young palace lord's patience had been completely exhausted. "Let's go. Let's catch up to that small meteorite." The young palace lord took a step and returned to the big meteorite in an instant. He glanced at the 2 newly joined holy servants and said, "Let's go." At that moment, 2 yellow light divine warriors hurried over. "We have an urgent matter to report." "Speak." The 2 yellow light divine warriors presented a jade scroll. "We searched the soul of a cultivator named Hushaodai. We found something strange. He came from the Taotai cage, and he did so through an ancient spell." The young palace master, who remained calm, suddenly stood up and pulled the jade strip over. She glanced at it and immediately scanned through the information. The golden light on her face fluctuated violently, and her voice was tinged with excitement. "Return. The mission to capture Suyu has been downgraded to a 2nd-level mission, and the mission to rescue the palace lord has been upgraded to a 1st-level mission." What? All the palace members were shocked. The young palace lord gripped the jade scroll tightly. She was extremely excited. Not only had they confirmed the location of the Taotai cage, but they had also found the ancient spell that could transport them into the Taotai cage. If they succeeded, they would definitely be able to rescue the sinful girl. Compared to that, capturing Suyu was secondary. "Z, you will lead 10 palace members and continue to hunt for Suyu," the young palace lord ordered. Yes, Zi led the 10 palace members onto the spare small meteorite and left the big meteorite to continue their pursuit of the missing small meteorite. Rumble! The huge meteorite sped towards the civilization of the Sea of Constellations. The dusty sand civilization had seen the light again, but the 4 great divine warriors of heaven and earth would never return. Pop, Tianlan Mansion. Jade cauldron in the elixir refining room. The lid of the cauldron was gently lifted. Inside, which had been empty, appeared the little Kylin and Suyu. Phew, that was close. Fortunately, I have learned my own life-saving magical power. The little Kylin looked like it had just survived a disaster. It turned out that the moment the lid of the cauldron was lifted, the little Kylin had activated the magical power of turning solid into nothingness, turning both it and Su Yu into nothingness. Unlike the visible nothingness of the past, this time it was real nothingness. Not only was its form nothingness, but its aura was also nothingness. That was how it was able to avoid the eyes of the young palace lord that could see through all auras. Why didn't you say so earlier if you had such an ability? I was worried for nothing. Su Yu pinched the little Kylin's cheek. Chapter 1777. The little Kylin was gasping for air as it spoke. Su Yu stroked her head and comforted her gently. He was greatly relieved. He had survived a great calamity and avoided a calamity. Without the jade cauldron, he would have died. Without the supreme divine skill of the little Kylin, he would have died. Without the stubbornness of the young palace master, he would have killed King Ku Xian in time. He would have died if he had missed even one of the 3 stages. He was extremely lucky to have survived this time. Ah, benefactor, why are you here? Tianjin and his sister, who had lost their memories, looked terrified as if they had seen a ghost. Su Yu was speechless. His eyes shone brightly and pierced into their souls. The memory that had been removed previously entered their minds again. The 2 of them shuddered, and Tianjin blurted out, "Brother Su, are you safe now?" Tianrulan also looked at him with concern. Su Yu nodded and smiled. "Thanks to you, the enemy is gone." "That's great." The 2 of them smiled sincerely. After that, Su Yu focused on recovering from his injuries without any worries. After several days, Su Yu had not only recovered, but his divine power had also been restored to its peak. "Congratulations, Brother Su." Tianrulan smiled sweetly. Tianjin said, "We have prepared a banquet for you. You don't have to refuse. It's just the 3 of us." Su Yu didn't refuse. He drank and chatted with the 2 of them. After listening to Su Yu's experiences in the past 2 years, Tianrulan was intoxicated. She exclaimed, "What a legendary experience!" Tianjin's eyes were also full of envy. "Brother Su's experiences are beyond our imagination. No wonder you have become a crystal overlord from a mortal fairy stage, for in just 2 years, your experiences are even more legendary than myths. I really don't know where we got our blessings to know you. Brother Su." His words were sincere, without any intention of flattery. Su Yu just smiled. To him, such a mythical experience was nothing out of the ordinary. "Brother Su, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you settle down in the Dust Sand civilization? I've heard that the 4 kings have been captured by your enemies. In the Dust Sand civilization, Brother Su can be the king," Tianjin suggested. Su Yu pondered for a moment and shook his head slowly. "The path of martial arts is like sailing a boat against the current. If I don't advance, I will fall behind. I have a long way to go, and I can't stop now," Su Yu said with a resolute gaze. When the Tianjin siblings heard this, they were both ashamed and fascinated. They were destined to guard Tianlan Manor and live out their lives in mediocrity. They were destined to be unable to experience the ups and downs of Su Yu's life. Little did they know that Su Yu had pursued such a peaceful life from the very beginning. "All right, I must hurry to the Diyu Empire. We will meet again someday." Su Yu finished the last cup of wine and bade farewell. "Diyu Empire?" The brother and sister were startled. Tianjin asked tentatively, "May I ask if Big Brother Su is going there for the rain?" "Oh, you know about it too?" Su Yu was surprised. "News travels fast." Tianjin smiled bitterly. "How could the 2 of us have the ability to obtain information about the Diyu Empire? I accidentally discovered this information when I searched my second uncle's soul." Su Yu sat down once again, looked at the siblings, and asked, "Do you also want to participate?" No. Tianrulan waved her hand. "In my second uncle's memory, The participants of the rain are all extremely powerful geniuses. How could we have the guts to participate? Tianjian said. We know that it's not easy to participate in the rain, and we need a recommendation, right? Su Yu was slightly surprised. Your second uncle is just a golden overlord, and he has no background. How could he know so much about it? Big brother Su. After my second uncle was banished, he was lucky enough to be taken in by a princess and became her guard. Although he wasn't put in an important position, he was well informed because he was in the depths of the imperial city. When he learned that my father passed away, he resigned from his guard position and returned to the dust sand civilization to occupy the Tianlan Manor. Tianjian said with a smile, Big brother Su, do you have a recommendation? Originally he did. The seventh princess of the Northern Du Kingdom was controlled by Zhu Ji. But now, Zhu Ji and the others must have escaped far away, and it was impossible to find them. If not, we can help you. You. Su Yu was surprised. Is there any clue in your second uncle's memory? Yes. Tianjian said. My second uncle learned from secret information that someone is peddling recommendation letters everywhere. However, the price is very high, and he won't consider anything that can't move him. Su, you didn't find it strange at all. Everyone was greedy for the rain, and the ticket to enter was in the hands of a few people. So, it was reasonable for them to exchange benefits. Is it credible? Su Yu was doubtful. It was a grand event that only happened once in tens of thousands of years, and many people would try to take advantage of it. I don't know. My second uncle's influence is weak, and his financial resources are limited. So, he doesn't have the guts to participate. Is that so? After a moment of silence, Su Yu said, Okay, give me the details. Tian Rilan took out a jade scroll with a smile. Here it is. It turned out that she had already prepared it. The brother and sister had expected that a dragon among men like Su Yu would never settle for a small dust-sand civilization, so they had prepared for it. Thank you. Su Yu held the jade scroll. Tian Rilan blushed. Brother Su, you've helped us a lot, and we can't repay you. We're more than happy to be able to help you. If only Foreign Minister Li Chongqing was here. He has been thinking about you, Tian Rilan said regretfully. Li Chongqing? Su Yu's eyes narrowed as he recalled something. He said, That day at the ancient dream altar, when Li Chongqing first met me, he said that someone had posted a reward for finding my whereabouts. Where did Foreign Minister Li find out about the reward? Tianjian slapped his forehead. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. After we came back, we asked Li Chongqing to pay attention to this matter. After some investigation, he finally remembered that it was in the Diu Empire's imperial city. A year ago, Li Chongqing left for the imperial city to investigate the person who posted the reward, Tian Rilan said. Back then, I saw that Brother Su valued it a lot, so I wanted to repay your kindness by giving you the information as a gift. Unfortunately, I haven't heard from Li Chongqing yet. The imperial city? Su Yu asked. Coincidentally, the person who sold the Dao Rain entry qualification was also in the imperial city. It seemed that he had to go to the imperial city. After asking for Li Chongqing's contact information, Su Yu bid farewell to them. Looking at Su Yu's departing back, Tian Rilan murmured, Brother, we won't meet Brother Su again, will we? Tianjian sighed. Yes, I don't think so. He is a fairy and we are mortals on the ground. It will be difficult for us to meet again. Su Yu stepped on the meteorite and left the dust-sand civilization quickly. 1 month later, a small meteorite landed on the dust-sand civilization. On the meteorite, the dead energy was overwhelming. A female corpse king with disheveled hair was exuding a cold and sharp aura. Investigate the situation immediately. The 9 corpse kings behind her immediately flew in all directions to search for information. Before long, they all returned with grave expressions. How is it? Is Su Yu still there? The female corpse king's voice was hoarse and cold. The undying boy sighed. Everything points to disaster. The emperor of the Dust Sand civilization has been captured, let alone the severely injured Suyu. Moreover, with that young master's temper, Suyu has most likely. She didn't continue because the outcome was obvious. Suyu had been erased from the world. Why? The only female corpse king in the world who cared about Suyu's life was Juji. She knelt down in the dust and sand as if her last bit of strength had been sucked out. She clenched the dust and sand in her palm tightly, letting it flow through her fingers bit by bit. You have withered. Why am I still alive? Juji was no longer as radiant as before. Her face was haggard and pale. 20 days had passed since she had woken up. She had spared no effort to travel 10,000 miles because she was hoping for the last bit of luck. However, the heavens were merciless. She didn't get any favor. She couldn't even take a look at Suyu's body. A wave of pitiful sorrow surrounded her. The corpse kings were silent. They could feel that Juji's heart had died. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. Even though her cultivation was still there, she had lost the motivation to live. She could either return to the muddle-headed life of the corpse clan or die silently under the pressure of time. The undying boy paused for a moment and said, Suyu, the corpse king left the hope of life to you. Did he want you to be depressed and degenerate? What you're doing is just making your enemies happy. However, Juji looked absent-minded. No words could move her. Juji, Suyu is dead, but you are still alive. Don't you want to do something for him? The undying boy tried to persuade her. For example, those culprits are still free and unfettered. Juji clenched her palm suddenly, crushing the dust and sand in her palm and sending it flying in all directions. A cloud of dust and sand scattered in front of her eyes. Through the dust and sand, her absent-minded eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. My reason for living. Juji murmured. Her eyes were getting brighter and colder. I live like a vine, accompanying my husband through life and death, experiencing the reincarnation of the world, never regretting it. Juji said in a hoarse voice, I live like a vine, entangling my damned enemies in hell and torturing them forever. As she spoke, the intense hatred in her voice sent chills down the spine of the corpse kings. However, they all understood. The former was Juji's wish. The latter was another Juji's wish. One was a beautiful wish for her lover. The other was a twisted wish for revenge. Juji is dead. Juji is alive. Juji laughed, tears rolling down her cheeks. I should have known that the corpse clan lives for revenge. Love and affection have nothing to do with me. However, for the first time, the target of her revenge was clear. Sinful Lady Palace. Juji's hair was disheveled, and no one could see her expression clearly. Her words were extremely gruesome. I want you to pay with your blood. Her roar shook the world. The 9 corpse kings watched quietly. They saw with their own eyes that a bright and charming Juji had turned into a dark, malicious ghost. Chapter 1778. We'll follow you as well. Since the zombie horde has been annihilated and we have nowhere to go, we might as well give it a try. Juji spoke in a hoarse voice. All right, let's kill our way to the sinful Lady Palace. She jumped onto the meteorite, but didn't activate it immediately. Instead, he shook his storage space and took out 3 ice coffins. If Suyu was here, he would definitely be surprised. Of the 2 ice coffins, one contained Xia Jingyu and the other Xinga. Crack! The 3 ice coffins shattered, freeing them. Xia Jingyu and Shangu opened their eyes and looked at the 9 corpse kings with different expressions. Xinga was on high alert, but Xia Jingyu was unperturbed. She was like an autumn lake under the bright sun, quiet and peaceful. You 2 are free. Juji looked up at the sky. Xia Jingyu asked, Why did you let us go? Juji sighed. He's dead. There's no need to fight with you anymore. Everything is meaningless. Xinga was stunned. Xia Jingyu trembled slightly, and her bright eyes became misty. "You're not lying to me, right?" Xia Jingyu asked. Zhu Ji laughed hoarsely and did not reply. Silence was the best answer. "He won't die, he won't." Xia Jingyu shook her head. "He has died many times, but he has survived every single time. It's different this time. The sinful Lady Palace personally chased after him, but he didn't even leave behind an aura." Xia Jingyu closed her eyes and looked into the future. She was looking for Su Yu's fate. However, all he saw was nothingness. Such a situation could only happen to one kind of person, a dead man. Xia Jingyu trembled and staggered backward. Her tightly closed eyes were filled with tears. "Brother Su Yu." She hugged herself tightly and slowly squatted down. Xinge couldn't help but sob. Zhu Ji silently looked up at the sky, tears welling up in her eyes. After a long while, she choked with sobs and said, "We, the Corpse Clan, are born without memories, and we cherish our memories the most. Hence, I will let you go. When I die, if there is a next life, I hope that one of you can tell me that I loved a man named Su Yu in my previous life." Finishing his words, he closed his eyes. "Let's go." "Wait." Xia Jingyu slowly stood up. "I will go with you." "Where to?" "Goddess Clan." At this moment, Xia Jingyu was indescribably cold. "What for?" "Find a way to resurrect him," Xia Jingyu said. "The Goddess Clan is most proficient in Heaven's will." Zhu Ji said, "What if, after resurrection, they forget their past lives like I did?" Xia Jingyu said, "Then, as you have said, please tell him that there was once a woman named Xia Jingyu who loved him." "All right, come on up. I will send you to the Goddess Clan." One of them begged for revenge. One begged for an afterlife. "Take me with you." Xinge caught up with Xia Jingyu. "I can verify it for you." Zhu Ji nodded. In the end, she cast her gaze towards the woman in the third ice coffin, the north-watching pearl. Being stared at by her, the north-gazing pearl couldn't help but tremble. She stared at her with a mixture of love and hate, and there was still a blush on her face. "What do you want to do?" The north-gazing pearl had a bad feeling. Zhu Ji stared at her. "Nothing much. I just want you to do something for the three of us." "What is it?" The north-gazing pearl asked weakly. "Remember him for us." Zhu Ji said, "If the three of us die, at least one of us will remember him forever until we die." After saying that, she covered the north-gazing pearl's head with her palm. Undying Boy was shocked. The Corpse King's curse? Every Corpse King could cast a curse once and only once. The curse would accompany them for life until they died. The north-gazing pearl didn't feel much pain, and her body didn't change much after the curse was cast. She asked cautiously, "What did you do to me?" "You will know very soon, Zhu Ji smiled mysteriously and steered the small meteor into the vast nothingness. The north-gazing pearl was left behind, looking uneasy. Not long after, the north-gazing pearl's face suddenly turned red, and her eyes became blurry. She was both expectant and shy. "Damn it, it's happening again." Her eyelashes fluttered, and she closed her eyes. A drunken dream that couldn't be realized in reality appeared in her mind. With a soft cry, she habitually catered to the strong male body and tasted the forbidden pleasure. "Second brother, Pearl likes you very much." She swayed her body and said words of love. However, she didn't get any response. She opened her eyes shyly, and what she saw was not Bei Wangqin, who had been here for many days, but Su Yu. "Ah!" A scream pierced through the sky of the dust-sand civilization. The north-gazing Pearl woke up with a start, and she broke out in a cold sweat. "What's going on? Why is it him?" The north-gazing Pearl hugged her arms in fear. Suddenly she realized what was going on, and she said through gritted teeth, "Zhu Ji! Your curse is actually—" It was to change the object of her love to Su Yu. What was more embarrassing was that the curse would accompany her for life, and it would happen from time to time. The north-gazing Pearl was driven crazy by the thought that she would be trapped in a relationship with a strange man every once in a while. I won't let you get away with it. The north-gazing Pearl screamed in the direction where Zhu Ji had left. Suyu, who was completely unaware of this, was traveling in the vast nothingness with a little Kylan in his arms. Suddenly, Suyu touched his chest and said with a frown, "It seems that there is a mysterious force probing me. Is it the sinful Lady Palace?" The little Kylan yawned. "Don't worry, with me by your side, the probing from too far away will appear in a state of nothingness, and you won't be discovered." Suyu was relieved, and he hurried on with his journey. 1 month later, a splendid palace stood in the depths of the nothingness. The Dayu Empire. With his previous experience, Suyu easily bribed the prosecutor who guarded the entrance with a considerable amount of resources and successfully entered the imperial city. It seems that Bei Xian did not make my identity public. Suyu looked back at the entrance and smiled. The only people who knew about the theft of the king tripod were the descendants of Bei Xian and the Union Saint Maiden. If it was strictly controlled, the news might not be leaked. This is convenient for me to do things. Suyu followed the instructions of the Tianjin siblings and came to the imperial city's bounty shop. As the exclusive shop of the imperial city, it had a good reputation. Suyu came to a remote counter and said, "I want to inquire about a bounty." The receptionist at the counter was a beautiful young girl. She nodded expressionlessly. "Sure, the inquiry is free. May I ask what information you are looking for?" Her attitude was cold, and there was no enthusiasm to speak of. As expected of the exclusive shop of the imperial family, even an ordinary maid could be neither servile nor overbearing in front of the glazed crystal overlord. 2 years ago, someone posted a bounty for a human named Suyu. The maid took out a palm-sized crystal screen, and with a swipe of her fingertip, countless densely packed messages rolled on. In the blink of an eye, a dark red message appeared. "The bounty has been cancelled. You are late," the maid said lightly. Cancelled, after thinking for a moment, Suyu said, "Did the person who posted the bounty leave any contact information?" "I'm sorry, no," the maid said. "In that case, it would be very difficult to know the person who posted the bounty. But—" The maid paused and then said, "Recently, someone has reissued a bounty for a human named Suyu and left his contact information." Suyu was surprised. "Who? Where do we meet?" "At the Beyond the Heavens faction, face to face," the maid said. "Give us the bounty, and we will inform the person for you." This was the way the bounty shop made money. They collected rewards from the person who posted the bounty and also from the person who accepted the bounty. After handing over a portion of the resources, the young lady smiled. "Congratulations, my lord. In 3 days, the Beyond the Heavens faction will arrange for you to meet the person who posted the bounty." Suyu was slightly expectant. Was the person who posted the bounty for Suyu the same person both times? If so, who was it? The only thing he was sure of was that it must be someone from the Tao Tai cage. After leaving the bounty shop, Suyu went straight to the slums of the imperial city. This place was occupied by all sorts of people, and it was full of opportunities and dangers. Today was no exception. However, compared to the slums of the past, it was much more lively recently. It was not only because of the various influences who coveted the path reign, but also because of the rumor that a mysterious person had appeared to sell the path reign qualification. Every 3 days, he would publicly auction a qualification somewhere in the slums. The participants flocked to it. Normally, unless one was invited by the 10 great kings or the imperial family, ordinary people were not qualified to enter the scope of the path reign. This shortcut naturally attracted countless people who had nowhere else to go. Suyu followed the address provided by the Tianjin siblings and arrived at an ordinary house in the slums. The outside looked desolate and dilapidated, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. But it did not escape Suyu's eyes. Using his transparent eye, He immediately discovered the existence of an illusory spell formation. With a thought, Suyu stepped into the formation, and the scene in front of him immediately changed. In the spacious yard, there were 8 or 9 people either sitting or standing. Suyu's entrance attracted many gazes and enmity. TSK, another competitor. It's not easy to fight for a qualification. Suyu turned a deaf ear to their discussions. Looking at the 9 people present, he slightly furrowed his brows. There were too few people. Tian Lu Dao's position in the Imperial City was so low, yet he still knew about the Path Rain qualification. What about the higher-ups? Why were there only 8 or 9 people who came to bid? Clang! Almost as soon as Suyu stepped in, a middle-aged man in a gray robe, dressed like a servant, entered. His sleeves were embroidered with strange symbols. His appearance immediately caused the 8 or 9 people present to become respectful. May I ask when the auction will begin? We have all prepared our items. He was the auctioneer. Suyu's heart stirred. I am emissary number 81, sent by master. Please follow me to the real auction house. The real? Suyu's eyes flashed. May I ask if the locations of the auctions are different? The middle-aged man in the gray robe nodded. That's right. There are a total of 810 locations, and you are just one of them. Is that so? The people present suddenly understood. They had once wondered why there were so few people. So that was why. If there were 10 people in each location, there would be about 8,100 people, which was not a small number. Chapter 1779. Let's go too. The other 8 people followed, full of anticipation. The gray-robed, middle-aged man took a secluded path, still shuttling through the slums. The further he went, the more deserted he became, until he reached a barren land. It's in front. When the slums behind them could no longer be seen, they had already left the borders of the Imperial City. Not far away, an abandoned Taoist temple stood alone under the setting sun. Didn't you say there were 8,100 people? Someone questioned. The Taoist temple was cold and quiet. How did it look like there were 1,000 people? The gray-robed, middle-aged man turned his back to them. He came to the front of the Taoist temple, took out a specially made spell flag, and stuck it in front of the door. Divine light fluctuated around the originally empty Taoist temple. The surrounding scenery gradually distorted, revealing a dazzling and bustling market. So it's a spell concealment. What a profound formation. I didn't sense any trace of a formation at all. From what I know, only one person in the Diyu Empire could set up a spell that could hide from the glazed crystal overlord. That is Emperor Wu Hen. It's unbelievable to ask this person to set up a spell. Who is the person who sold the entry pass for the Daorain? How could he be so generous? They had expected that the person who sold the entry pass must have an extraordinary status. But reality was more mysterious than they had expected. They even secretly guessed that it might be Emperor Wu Hen himself. Follow me in. The gray-robed, middle-aged man waited expressionlessly at the entrance of the market. The 8 of them regained their senses, their faces full of joy as they walked toward the market. What's wrong with you? The gray-robed, middle-aged man glanced at Suyu, frowning. Everyone else moved except for Suyu. Not only did he not walk over, but he turned to leave after a moment of silence. Stop. One more step, and I'll give up, the gray-robed, middle-aged man warned. Suyu did not turn his head. Then I'll give up. The 8 people present were baffled by his strange actions. It was not easy to get here. How could he give up now? The gray-robed, middle-aged man was displeased. You can give up, but for the safety of the auction, I'm afraid you'll have to stay here until the auction ends. Suyu turned his head. What do you plan to do with me? The gray-robed, middle-aged man was familiar with this matter. Simple, follow me in. There will be people watching over you. Suyu shook his head as he looked at the bustling city. I'm just afraid that once we enter, We won't be able to return, Suyu said. He swept his gaze over the 8 people. Let me remind all of you to choose carefully. This formation is able to set up a Taoist temple that we can't distinguish between real and fake. How do we know that the bustling scene in front of us isn't just a figment of the formation? Hearing this, the other 8 people were slightly startled. They looked at each other and simultaneously distanced themselves from the entrance of the bustling city. Any sane person could understand that Suyu's words were not unreasonable. The gray-robed middle-aged man sneered coldly. Do you think that there's a need to target a small overlord like you? The 8 of them fell into deep thought. What he said made sense. Could it be that they, mere overlords, would have to specially invite the world-renowned Emperor Traceless to set up a formation? That's true. Could it be that we have something that the mastermind covets? Brother, aren't you being too paranoid? Ignore him. Let's go and take a look first. 8,000 people are competing for the same spot. We need to understand the situation first. There's no time to waste. That makes sense. Let's go. The 8 of them reached an agreement and entered one after another. Suyu remained motionless. Perhaps what the gray-robed middle-aged man said made sense, but intuition told Suyu that things were not normal. At the same time as they entered, Suyu slowly retreated. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from within the city, and it wasn't just one, but several in a row. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Several crystal overlords had been destroyed in a row. There must be a lot of danger. Without hesitation, Suyu immediately rushed forward. Stay here. The gray-robed middle-aged man suddenly lifted his gray robe and threw out several crystal overlords' talismans in succession. Suyu did not look back. With a backhand, he swept away the attack of the talismans with a blow of sword energy. The gray-robed, middle-aged man was shocked. What a strong sword energy! This person is also a swordsmanship expert. As he spoke, the gray-robed, middle-aged man shouted, Nanja Buddha, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. A loud and magnificent voice came from the entrance of the bustling city. Amitabha. As soon as the Buddhist chant entered his ears, Suyu immediately felt dizzy, and the divine power in his body flowed in an obscure manner. His body swayed, and Suyu fell straight to the ground. What a powerful soul attack! Suyu was secretly surprised. The strength of his soul now was no less than that of a half-heaven and earth divine warrior. Very few sound wave attacks below the divine warrior level could affect his soul. Turning his head, he saw a monk in a red kasaya with a compassionate face. He put his palms together and smiled at Suyu. The peak overlord of the Buddhist path? Benefactor, please stay, the monk in the kasaya said loudly, releasing an invisible soul attack. Suyu was on guard, so the impact was reduced a lot. Without changing his expression, he said, Stay? Fall into the trap like them? The monk in the kasaya looked the same, but the look in his eyes changed slightly. In his opinion, the crystal overlord should have fainted under the sound wave attack. But this person was not seriously injured, which was really strange. No, please listen to me, the monk in the kasaya said. An even more powerful soul attack came secretly. Suyu frowned slightly, turned around, and walked away. With the strength of his body now, even if he walked, his speed was still extremely fast. Benefactor, turn back to the shore. The monk in the kasaya made a sign with his hands. The ground in front of him suddenly cracked open, and a huge canyon appeared. At the same time, the ground under his feet retreated. Suyu, who was moving forward, was forcefully pulled back. Moreover, the closer he got to the monk in the kasaya, the more his soul would be affected by the sound wave attack. Enough! Why did you force me to attack you? Suyu instantly used the demon stems from the heart. The monk in the kasaya, who had a compassionate smile on his face, suddenly stiffened. The Buddha's light in his body surged and condensed into a dark golden Buddha's shadow. At a level invisible to the naked eye, The Buddhist shadow was fighting against a ferocious demonic shadow. They were trying to prevent the demonic shadow from invading the monk's soul. Both of them were equally matched, and they were wearing each other down. However, the demon stems from the heart's illusory attack was just a side effect, as its true might came from the sword that followed. A majestic sword energy fell from the sky. The monk in the Kasaya hurriedly threw out his Kasaya, which was surprisingly a protective treasure robe. Clang! The treasure robe sank and caught the sword energy, but it became much dimmer. However, when the first sword strike had just ended, another one came. The monk in the Kasaya's expression became grave. He grabbed the Buddhist beads on his neck, grabbed 9 of them, and threw them out. Puff! 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 The Buddhist beads were destroyed by the sword energy, and the remaining sword energy cut through the Kasaya and sent it flying. Before the monk in the Kasaya could catch his breath, he was faced with another sword strike. "Mister, please wait," the monk in the Kasaya said. The middle-aged man in the gray robe was also shocked. He immediately took out a golden scroll and threw it out. The scroll unfolded in the air, and strange words flew out, forming a light screen in front of the monk in the Kasaya's body. The sword energy swept over and pressed down on the light screen, but it managed to block it completely. Suyu was slightly surprised. His sword strike was far more powerful than before, and even a peak overlord might not be able to block it completely. However, this light screen blocked it easily. It was definitely not an ordinary object. "Senior, please show mercy. Let me explain." The middle-aged man in the gray robe hurriedly walked over and helped the monk in the Kasaya up. He was wary of Suyu, and his expression was solemn. He was no longer as indifferent as before. "Explain what?" Suyu gathered his divine energy and was about to wave his sword again. The middle-aged man in the gray robe's scalp went numb, and he did not dare to hesitate any longer. He hurriedly said, "Senior, you have misunderstood. Please take a look." He took out another formation flag, and the scene at the entrance of the downtown area was immediately shattered. Sure enough, it was also an illusion formed by the formation. The downtown area disappeared and was replaced by the same desolation as the surroundings. There were 8 unconscious people lying on the ground. They were the 8 people who had just entered. However, they had no injuries on their bodies, and they were merely trapped in some kind of illusion. "What are you trying to say?" Suyu asked calmly. The middle-aged man in the gray robe bowed respectfully. "As you said, the formation is a fake place, but we have no evil intentions. We were ordered by Princess Ru Qin to select the candidates for the Dao Reign's entrance. This scroll is a letter written by Princess Ru Qin herself." As he waved his hand, the words reassembled into a complete article. At the same time, he took out a jade pendant, which had a special brand on it. It was the words Ru Qin. "This is Princess Ru Qin's token." The authenticity of this item can be verified by any royal institution in the imperial city. Suyu was sure that it was real after a quick glance. The brand contained a very familiar aura of the nation's destiny, which was the tinder. Apart from the royal family and kings, ordinary people could not touch the nation's destiny, let alone be refined into an artifact. So, the so-called sale of the Dao Reign's entrance qualification was just a bait. The middle-aged man in the gray robe nodded. "Exactly. Princess Ru Qin hopes to use this method to quickly gather a group of overlord-level top-notch fighters. That's why she spread the news." "Then, are there really more than 810 gathering points like this?" Suyu asked again. "That is true, but there are probably no more than 10 people who could pass the test like you did," the middle-aged man in the gray robe said. "Princess Ru Qin hopes to select people who not only have a powerful cultivation base, but also have a smart mind and a calm mind. They must not be impulsive for the sake of immediate benefits." The 8 people who had fallen had been blinded by the Dao Reign's entrance qualification. Hence, they had not thought things through calmly and were eliminated. Su Yu put away his Azura sword and shook his head lightly. Then I'm sorry. I am not interested in serving Princess Ru Qin. He had come to the Diyu Empire only to obtain the Dao Reign's entrance qualification. Since he did not have it, the selection had nothing to do with him. The middle-aged man in the gray robe smiled knowingly. Haha, do you think that Princess Ru Qin will disappoint the people who are selected after spending so much money? If you are selected by Princess Ru Qin, not to mention the Dao Reign's entrance qualification, we can even give you the second-grade entrance qualification. That is a treatment that many princes can enjoy. Chapter 1780. As if he understood what Su Yu was thinking, the middle-aged man in the gray robe said, "The Dao Reign is scattered, dense, and sparse. Dense areas can naturally withstand more Dao Reign, while sparse areas can withstand less. Our empire's diviners have specifically calculated the specific situation when the Dao Reign falls and divided it into 4 classes according to the amount of Dao Reign that will fall. Among them, the first class is exclusive to the members of the Eastern royal family, and outsiders are not qualified to enjoy it. The second class is for the 10 great kings and the contributors of the heaven list. The third class is for the contributors of the earth list, and the fourth class is for the contributors of the Xian list." Was it related to the contribution list? Su Yu's eyes lit up. The second class was supposed to be enjoyed by the contributors of the heaven list, but Princess Rukin could also find a way to make an exception for her people. This princess was quite influential in the empire. "Can you tell me why the princess has selected us?" Su Yu asked. Princess Rukin had spent so much effort to secretly select the best from all sides, and she had even given such an amazing reward as the second class. Surely she had some ulterior motive? "We're just following orders. You will only know if you go there," the middle-aged man in the gray robe said. He added in his heart, "Even if you go there, you may not know." Out of the 10 candidates, only one could meet the princess's requirements. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yu nodded. "Lead the way. Let's hear what she wants first." The middle-aged man in the gray robe was overjoyed. To be able to find a suitable candidate among the 810 assembly points was a great stroke of luck. He could already imagine the various rewards that Princess Rukin was about to bestow. "Senior, please." The middle-aged man in the gray robe eagerly led the way, leaving behind those who had been eliminated unconscious, lying on the desolate border. Nanja Buddha pulled out a few hidden flags from the ground and quickly caught up with Su Yu and the middle-aged man in the gray robe. After a long moment of contemplation, Nanja Buddha approached Su Yu and said, "I am Nanja Buddha. Please forgive me if I offended you just now." "It's okay." Su Yu brushed it off lightly, stared at Nanja Buddha, and said, "Master, please speak your mind." He could see from Nanja Buddha's eyes that he seemed to have something to say. After bowing, Nanja Buddha said, "Then please forgive me for being straightforward. I see that you have cultivated the demon sword technique of the demon prison civilization. May I ask where you came from?" Su Yu's eyes flickered. He had cultivated the legacy of the ancient god realm's demon sword emperor. Could it be that the demon sword sovereign was like the grand pure sovereign, a sovereign of heaven and earth who accidentally fell into the ancient god realm? Although he was surprised, Su Yu's expression was as calm as ever, and there was nothing unusual about it. "Master, is your question related to this selection?" Su Yu asked. Buddha Nanja shook his head. "It doesn't matter. I'm just curious. If you don't want to answer, I won't force you. However, from what I can see, your demon sword technique is somewhat extraordinary. It doesn't seem like an ordinary demon sword technique." Oh, had he seen anyone else use the demonic sword technique? As for the unusualness, the 9 forms of the demon sword were indeed more astonishing than the previous. When he cultivated it to the peak, Demon Sword Limitless used a wooden sword to injure the sinful girl, Master, you praise me too much. It's just an ordinary demonic sword technique. Buddha Nanja smiled. This penniless monk is just curious because Princess Rukin also has a sword arts expert from the fiendish prison civilization under her command. Su Yu's heart jumped. Oh, what's his strength like? Su Yu asked. Buddha Nanjia said, his sword arts might not be as profound as yours, but his cultivation is higher, so Su Yu is inferior to that demonic expert. Su Yu smiled without saying anything. He had only exerted 30% of his strength just now. However, Buddha Nanja's strength was not to be underestimated. Perhaps it was because of the restraining effect of the demonic faction's power, but he was able to fight evenly with Su Yu. If it had been an ordinary peak overlord, he would have been killed by Su Yu's sword. This person must have some influence under Princess Rukin's command. Emperor Dongfang Xia of the Dayu Empire had 6 children, 5 sons and 2 daughters. The 5 princes were vying for the throne, and Princess Rukin was no exception. Although she was a woman, she hoped to become the first empress of the Dayu Empire. She had many talents and experts under her command. The renowned formation master, Sovereign Wuhan, was one of Princess Rukin's pillars of strength. However, compared to her brother, the crown prince, Dongfang Yuliang, he was still a long way off. On the surface, there were as many as 9 divine warriors of heaven and earth who supported Dongfang Yuliang, including 3 kings and 1 divine warrior of heaven and earth. It could be said that 30% of the power of the Dayu Empire supported the crown prince's ascension to the throne. His influence was so great that the other princes and princesses could only look up to him. At least, Princess Rukin did not have the full support of even one of the kings. It would be very difficult for her to fight for the throne. That restaurant is where the princess entertains you. The gray-robed middle-aged man did not lead him into the palace, but to a luxurious restaurant in the middle of the bustling city. Su Yu glanced at the signboard, and his expression became slightly strange. The Beyond the Heavens sect. Wasn't that the place where they agreed to meet the person who put a bounty on Su Yu's head? How could it be such a coincidence? Su Yu followed the gray-robed, middle-aged man into the backyard of the restaurant with a hint of surprise. In the quiet backyard, 8 strong men of different shapes and sizes were scattered in the courtyard. Each of them exuded the aura of a peak overlord, and one of them, an enchanting woman, was particularly eye-catching. Not only was she beautiful and dignified, but she was also gentle and pleasant, giving off a girl-next-door vibe. What was even more eye-catching was her cultivation, which stood out from the rest. Half a divine warrior of heaven and earth. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. He believed that the 8 people in front of him, like Su Yu, were all secretly recruited candidates. Glazed crystal overlord? What a lucky guy. Su Yu's arrival naturally attracted attention. It was inevitable that people would be suspicious if he arrived here with such a low cultivation. It seems that even if I am eliminated, it won't be too embarrassing. There will always be someone at the bottom. The person who spoke glanced sideways at the half a divine warrior of heaven and earth, his brows slightly relaxed. This woman gave them a great deal of pressure. Su Yu stood quietly in the corner, slowly closed his eyes and waited. As he closed his eyes, he suddenly felt a pair of sharp eyes attacking him. Su Yu was so shocked that he opened his eyes abruptly, but the eyes were extremely sharp and he immediately retracted them. When Su Yu glanced over, he could no longer see the source of the gaze. Who is it? It would have been fine if the gaze was just probing, but it was filled with deep murderous intent and hatred. It was exceptionally fierce. Had he unintentionally provoked one of the 8 people present? But after a careful glance, Su Yu had not seen any of them before, which made him feel a little wary. Congratulations to everyone for reaching this step. A deep, demonic voice floated into everyone's ears, sending chills down their spines. In the center of the small courtyard, a large amount of demonic energy suddenly sprang up and converged into a human figure. A mysterious man, wrapped in demonic energy, appeared in front of him. Su Yu's heart moved slightly. Could he be the demon prison sword master that Nanjia Buddha mentioned? As soon as this person appeared, he gave off an unusually strong pressure. Except for the young woman, who was half a divine warrior of heaven and earth, the rest of the people felt the pressure and involuntarily surged with divine power to resist the oppression. I am the 108th general under Princess Rukin, Mo-Xian. The breath of the half-step divine warrior of heaven and earth was released like a waterfall. Among the 9 of you, only one can become the final person selected by the princess. The rest will be eliminated. On the way, they had already received the news from the guide, so they were not surprised. Excuse me, how do we select the final candidate from among us? Someone asked. Mo-Xian laughed hoarsely. It's very simple. I will give you 10 days to hunt down the sinners on the Dayu Empire's wanted list. The one with the highest ranking will be recognized by the princess. Everyone frowned. The sinners on the Dayu Empire's wanted list were all notorious figures. Su Yu was no stranger to this. When he first came to the Dayu Empire, he was given the head of Evil Wolf, a sinner who was ranked 100 on the wanted list by the north-facing Pearl. Evil Wolf was only ranked 100, but he had the terrible strength of a half-step divine warrior of heaven and earth. He had even escaped the joint pursuit of the divine warriors of heaven and earth many times. He was extremely difficult to deal with. The sinner who ranks first is a sinner, and the sinner who ranks 10,000 is also a sinner. Is there no minimum limit? Mo-Xian laughed. Of course there is, but the lowest ranking must be within the top 100. What? The 9 people present all frowned. Even the divine warriors of heaven and earth might not be able to kill the sinners in the top 100, let alone them. What puzzled them even more was that very few of the top 100 sinners were ostentatious, and there were very few traces of them. Many of them had not been heard from for thousands of years. How could they find the top 100 sinners in just 10 days? As a reference, I can reveal 2 pieces of the latest news to you. Mo-Xian's demonic energy surged, and 9 small clouds of demonic mist shot towards the 9 people. Everyone, including the half-step divine warrior of heaven and earth woman, caught them cautiously and carefully, peeled off the demonic mist, and searched for what was inside. Su Yu, who had the lowest cultivation, directly grabbed the demonic mist and swallowed it. If you swallow it directly, you can extract the information inside. As Mo-Xian spoke, he noticed that Su Yu had swallowed it on his own initiative. He couldn't help but be surprised. You know this is the demon heart's message? Only the demon race knew the correct way to use the demonic mist. Su Yu smiled and did not answer. Instead, he calmed his mind and felt the information. The content of the message was not surprising. There were only 2 traces of the top 100 sinners. One of them was the demon girl, who was ranked 98th. Her attainments in the use of poison had reached the peak. She had once slaughtered the bloodline descendants of an entire king, causing the descendants of the king to be cut off. It was a shocking case. He was so famous that he was only stronger than Evil Wolf in the past. The last news of the demon girl's appearance was 300 years ago. At that time, she was already a half-step divine warrior of heaven and earth. No one knew what her cultivation was like when she appeared 300 years later. If hunting her was difficult, then the other one was almost impossible. Huan Yu Langjun, who was ranked 83rd, had been on the wanted list for thousands of years. He broke into the palace with his own strength and kidnapped the king's 3 concubines, which caused a sensation in the entire Dayu Empire. Even Dongfang Xia was furious and personally issued an order to hunt down Huan Yu Langjun. However, like a stone sinking into the sea, he never showed up again. At that time, he was able to face 3 divine warriors of heaven and earth alone with ease. He laughed and left with the 3 concubines. Some people speculated that he was a divine warrior of heaven and earth at that time. Chapter 1781. After receiving the message, Suyu pondered. The rest of the people were silent, their expressions grave. You can choose to withdraw or participate now, the demon heart said. Withdraw, of course not. But to participate, they looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. With their individual strength, it was impossible for them to be a match for any of the sinners. If they joined forces, there was still a chance. In particular, if they could join forces with this half-step world divine warrior, their chances of winning would increase by 20%. As for who would emerge victorious in the end, it would depend on who is more capable. It seems that we need to work together. An old man who looked over 70 years old broke the silence and glanced at the demon heart at the same time. The demon heart did not stop them, tacitly agreeing that they could team up. I agree. Me too. The group of people agreed to team up. The 7 of them reached a consensus and finally fixed their eyes on the half-step world divine warrior, the girl next door. All right, count me in as well. She smiled faintly. With that, the 7 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Without the half-step world divine warrior, the 7 peak overlords wanted to go against the infamous half-step world divine warrior. It was tantamount to seeking death. In that case, it will be the 8 of us. Oh, and a young man. The old man just noticed Suyu standing alone in the corner. Yurin looked over and said, "Let's go together. Although his strength is a little low, what if he can be of some use?" Although they said so, it was easy to guess what they were planning. They probably thought of Suyu as cannon fodder or something. After all, hunting half-step world divine warriors was extremely dangerous. Apart from being used as cannon fodder, how could they expect a crystal overlord to fight a half-step world divine warrior? Suyu was about to refuse, but the girl next door said, "This trip is very dangerous. His cultivation is too low, and he will only be a burden to us. It's better not to bring him along." Since she had spoken, how could the others refuse? That's right. With such a low cultivation, it's better not to meddle. Everyone reached a consensus. So, who are you going to hunt? The demon heart asked. The 7 of them looked at the girl with her at the center. The demon child. The demon heart nodded. You can go now. The 8 of them left in unison, leaving Suyu alone in his place. The devil heart looked at him. So you choose to forfeit? If Suyu was alone, what could he accomplish? Other than forfeiting, he had no other choice, right? No, I will continue. Unexpectedly, Suyu revealed a relaxed expression. At first, he was slightly worried that they would be too enthusiastic and invite Suyu to join them. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to use all of his hidden techniques at will. In the end, his worries were obviously unnecessary, so he was naturally happy to relax. Demon Heart was slightly startled, then nodded. All right, if you want to force yourself to try, we won't stop you, but your life and death will be your own responsibility. Understood, Suyu said, then turned around and left the courtyard. The devil's heart watched him leave, then turned into a demonic mist and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was in an elegant room. Behind the bamboo curtain, a white-robed young master with a face like a jade crown and a face like a peach blossom looked out the window with his hands behind his back. Through the window, she could see the small courtyard where Suyu and the others were standing just now. But standing in the courtyard, he couldn't sense the existence of the window at all. Who do you think is more likely to complete the task? The white-robed young master stared at the courtyard and asked himself. Demon Heart knelt down worriedly, his expression respectful. Princess Rooken's eyes are like torches. I dare not speak carelessly. The white-robed young master was the only remaining Princess Rooken of the Diyu Empire, a half-step divine warrior of heaven and earth. I am looking forward to it, Princess Rooken said. Obviously, the girl next door was the candidate in Princess Rooken's mind. But her tone changed slightly. I am also very interested in that little martial artist named Suyu. If I remember correctly, the one who killed Xiaoleng on the yellow list is also called Suyu. Demon Heart said, "The two of them can't be the same person, right? I heard that the person who killed Xialang only used one move." Princess Rukin nodded, then shook her head. "It's true that Xialang was killed by a sword, but it wasn't Suyu, but a genius youth under Bei Wangqin's command." Then Suyu. Demon Heart suddenly understood. Could it be a deal? Such a deal wasn't new. Although it was forbidden by the Empire, it was rarely investigated. So it could be the same person, Princess Rukin said. Demon Heart pondered for a moment, then asked, "Should I capture him and hand him over to the Empire to be dealt with? On the one hand, it can establish the princess's prestige, and on the other hand, it can gain the monarch's appreciation." "Forget it." Princess Rukin rejected the idea without hesitation. "He's just an insignificant person, an insignificant matter, and he won't gain much from it. Then, how should we deal with him? Observe him and see if there's anything special about him. If there isn't, you don't have to report to me." Suyu, who was the center of attention, didn't go hunting criminals excitedly. Instead, he stayed in the Beyond the Heavens Tower. After waiting quietly for 2 days, Suyu left his room and went to the private room on the second floor. The promise of the auction house was on Suyu's mind at all times. Standing in front of the private room, Suyu used a divine technique to change his appearance, then stepped inside. There was already a person in the private room. It was a young woman with a white veil over her face. Her curves were exquisite, and her curves were in the right places. She looked extremely youthful. Through the thin veil, one could see a tear-stained cinnabar mole at the corner of her right eye, which added to her beauty. "Are you the person who put up the bounty?" Suyu stepped inside and searched his memory carefully. He was sure that he didn't know such a woman with cinnabar tears. "Yes." The woman's voice was soft and gentle, and it was very pleasant to listen to. "Are you Suyu?" "No." Suyu sat opposite her. "I'm just like you, someone who's looking for Suyu." A look of disappointment flashed across the woman's eyes. "Another person who's looking for him. Why is it another? Is there someone else besides him who's also looking for the woman with cinnabar tears? Why are you looking for him?" the woman asked. Suyu answered without hesitation, "To kill him." The woman's eyes turned serious. "Why? He hurt my family, and this hatred is absolutely irreconcilable." Suyu's face was full of hatred. The woman clenched her fists. "He only hurt your family. Do you know that my family was killed by him?" "Oh!" Suyu secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he hadn't revealed his true appearance. Otherwise, he would have fought with this woman the moment he showed himself. The reason for the fight was that this woman was also a divine warrior of heaven and earth, and an extremely powerful one at that. At least, she wasn't an ordinary divine warrior, and she was full of danger. "What's your name?" Cinnabar Tears asked. Suyu thought of the name that he had given up on. "Shuiyu. If you have any news about Suyu, remember to inform me." The woman threw a communication jade to him. Suyu nodded and asked, "What about you?" "You can call me Chiu Henlei," Cinnabar Tears said calmly. "Chiu Henlei. Is she like the cinnabar tears in the corner of my right eye? May I ask who was the last person looking for Suyu? Was he also Suyu's enemy? If we keep in touch, we might be able to find Suyu faster," he said. Shaking her head, Chiu Henlei said, "That was a friend looking for Suyu. Don't worry, I've already killed him." It was Li Chongqing. Suyu subconsciously thought of Li Chongqing, who had been missing from the Tianlan Manor for many days. No wonder there had been no news of him. He had met with misfortune and been killed by this woman. Li Chongqing must have discovered the reward for finding Suyu at the bounty auction house and followed the clues to meet the owner of the reward. Who would have thought that the person who put up the reward had a grudge against Suyu and had directly killed him? Suyu sighed. He didn't dislike this person, and he had come to give Suyu a gift. If I have the chance to return to the Tianlan Manor and ask for Li Chongqing's belongings, I'll resurrect him, Suyu thought to himself. But he said, then don't worry. If I find any traces of Suyu, I'll definitely inform you. Chiu Henlei nodded and left. Suyu remained in the private room, clenching his fists and slamming the table in anger. Damn it! I spent so much effort looking for Suyu, and I thought that this person might have some information about Suyu. I didn't expect. Sigh. Where am I supposed to find him in this sea of people? As he sighed, Suyu acutely sensed that outside the private room, an obscure prying aura was slowly fading away. Chiu Henlei hadn't left completely. Obviously, he didn't believe Suyu's one-sided story. Instead, he was secretly observing whether Shuiyu was Suyu's enemy. Suyu's self-directed drama had dispelled Chiu Henlei's worries, and he finally left. Suyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief before leaving the Beyond the Heavens Tower. With this experience, Suyu was much more careful. With a thought, Suyu headed to the Imperial City's most famous alliance of weapons. The Alliance of Weapons focused on crafting weapons, and its reputation was the highest in the Dayu Empire's crafting standards. A true emperor-level divine weapon. Suyu exclaimed as he stood in front of a counter, staring at the item, which was protected by layers of seals. This was the first time he had seen an emperor-based saint artifact on sale. It was a willow leaf, and its use was to change one's appearance. It was impossible for emperors to see through it, although Suyu could also change his appearance, and with the rules, no one below the level of an emperor could see through him. This might not be the case for emperors. The emperors of heaven and earth could use the power of the rules, so they could naturally sense it. If Chiu Henlei had sensed carefully just now, she would have noticed that Suyu's appearance was concealed by the rules. However, seeing that Suyu was only a glazed crystal overlord, she subconsciously felt that Suyu could not have used the rules, so she did not probe carefully. Looking at the price, it was negotiated with the craftsman, the Emperor of Weapons. Such an emperor-based saint artifact was indeed priceless, and it could only be traded with other items. Oh, have you returned from hunting down the sinners? A joking voice came from beside him. Looking sideways, he saw that it was the Alliance of Eight. They had just purchased a large number of talismans and treasures in preparation for the upcoming battle. Unexpectedly, they had run into Suyu. They had heard Suyu's decision to hunt down the sinners on his own. Now that they had met, they could not help but laugh at Suyu's fearlessness. Suyu did not pay attention to them. Instead, he was thinking about what he could use to exchange for the blinding leaf. Oh, do you think you can covet the blinding leaf? Even the half-step emperors are deterred. One of the younger strong men in the Alliance of Eight said with a sense of superiority because his cultivation was higher than Suyu's. Suyu asked, So, you know what the Emperor of Wenqi wants? Haha, of course I know. It must be a 1,000-year-old spiritual object, or a rare plant. The young strong man cupped his fists and laughed. But do you have it? Hearing that, Suyu rubbed his chin and said to himself, It's much simpler if it's just a plant. Fortunately, it's not as difficult as I imagined. If the Emperor of Wenqi needed the crafting materials in the ore, Suyu would be helpless. Chapter 1782. What did he mean by plants were much simpler? The most difficult part was finding spirit plants. Ores could be found, and even if they could not be found, they could be purchased at a high price. After all, ores could be stored for millions of years. But what if they could not find spirit plants? They were much more fragile than ores and could not be stored for millions of years. This was also the reason why this true emperor-level divine weapon was placed on the counter with no one showing interest in it. It was because too many people had been given the cold shoulder. Suyu's shameless boasting had left them dumbfounded. Nonsense. Do you think a spirit plant of 1,000 years can catch the eye of the Emperor of Ichi? He will not accept any wood-based materials that are not conducive to craftsmanship. Suyu smiled and did not take it seriously. He lacked many things, but he did not lack wood-based materials for craftsmanship. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo and the golden flames forbidden wood were divine materials for craftsmanship, and they were extremely rare in the market. With a faint smile, Tsuyu stepped into the secret room, ready to make a deal with the Emperor of Ichi. "What are you waiting here for?" The young female half-step emperor caught up with them after finishing her work, only to find the 7 members surrounding the counter with shocked expressions. After learning the whole story, the young female half-step emperor frowned slightly. "Since you know he is bluffing, why are you still here? If you don't hurry over, the demon child might have already left." Only then did the 7 of them leave quickly. In the secret room, the one who received Tsuyu was not the Emperor of Ichi himself, but a clone of his that he had left here. It only had the most basic ability to speak, but no power. Tsuyu was relieved. "You want to be blinded by a leaf. Did you see the requirements clearly?" The Emperor of Ichi was old, and his eyes were blind. "I saw it. I happened to obtain a craftsmanship material by chance." Tsuyu took out a piece of golden flames forbidden with the length of an arm without hesitation. The Emperor of Ichi's eyes lit up, and his tone became serious. "Evil warding divine wood. Golden flames forbidden wood." This piece was only equivalent to 1/10,000th of the 10,000-year-old golden flames forbidden wood. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Tsuyu smiled. The Emperor of Ichi rolled his eyes and shook his head. "It's not enough. Unless you... Then let's cancel the deal." Without any hesitation, Tsuyu immediately got up and put away the golden flames forbidden wood. Unexpectedly, the sovereign of One Breath stopped him and said anxiously, "Wait." "Why? Could it be that Elder Emperor is greedy for some of the materials that I worked hard for?" Tsuyu laughed. The sovereign of Chi coughed dryly. "If you really don't have anything else to offer, then I'll reluctantly trade with you." Reluctantly? How could Tsuyu not know the significance of the golden flames forbidden wood? In the era of the corpse race's rise, artifacts that could ward off evil and subdue demons were especially precious. As the world-renowned golden flames forbidden wood, it was a priceless commodity. It was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. "Haha, I won't make things difficult for you. Let's call it a day." As he spoke, Tsuyu was about to retrieve the golden flames forbidden wood. At this point, the monarch of Chi finally became anxious. "Young hero, please wait. Apart from this, I still have other true Emperor-level weapons. You can choose another one." "That's more like it." However, when the Emperor of Ichi displayed the rest of the real Emperor-level divine weapons one by one, Tsuyu furrowed his brows. It was not that those divine weapons were bad, but they were not suitable for Tsuyu. Even if he had them, it would be useless. The monarch of Chi was old and shrewd. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, he said, "How about this? I owe you a favor. In the future, whatever divine weapon you want to craft, I will definitely complete it for you. What do you think?" After thinking for a moment, Tsuyu said, "How about this? I owe you a favor first, but it depends on the situation. What do you think?" He did not lack divine weapons for the time being. Instead of wasting a favor on this, it was better to keep it for other purposes. A favor from an emperor was not light, especially since the monarch of Chi was highly regarded by the Diu Empire. "As long as it doesn't violate my principles, it doesn't matter." The monarch of Chi stroked his beard and agreed. When he finished speaking, he took out a mass of light fog from his body and turned it into a talisman. "If you need me to do anything, crush the talisman, and I will appear immediately." Tsuyu picked up the talisman and nodded with a smile. The monarch of Chi was still unwilling to give up. He still hoped to extort some golden flames forbidden wood from Tsuyu. Unfortunately, Tsuyu is not an ordinary glazed crystal overlord. Even if he summoned the monarch of Chi, he might not be able to do anything to him. The transaction was a success. Tsuyu was blinded by a leaf. He went straight to a dark, dense forest outside the imperial city. According to the information, The demon child had appeared in the depths of this dense forest 3 days ago. It seemed that she was practicing some kind of secret technique. Did the Tao rain attract all these well-hidden sinners? Su Yu was pondering when he suddenly sensed a huge fluctuation in front of him, which contained a faint law. Half martial emperors were fighting. With a thought, Su Yu sneaked over carefully. In the depths of the dark, dense forest, a group of people besieged a small figure in a black robe. "All of you die!" The small figure shouted sharply, trying to break out of the encirclement. The turbulent demonic energy surged forward, and all 8 of them, including the half-martial emperors, were thrown off. Except for the half-martial emperors, the rest of the people who came into contact with the demonic energy had their bodies decayed to varying degrees. The demon child is too powerful, completely beyond our expectations. They were the alliance of 8 people. The demon child's information was very accurate. As they had hoped, they had successfully found the demon child. Unfortunately, the demon child was even more ferocious than what was recorded in the information. Not only did she have a terrifying strength close to the half-martial emperors, but her poison techniques were also very powerful. Just a casual move from her was enough to make things difficult for them. Not only were they unable to suppress the demon child, but they were also in danger of being annihilated. Su Yu, who was watching from the side, was secretly in awe. No wonder she was a notorious sinner. She was indeed very powerful, completely incomparable to Bei Wangqin. The young half-martial emperor shook off the demonic energy on her body and shouted, "Use the demon subduing formation!" The 8 of them acted immediately. Each of them threw out a formation flag and stuck it into the ground. The 8 formation flags shot out milky white chains at the same time, entangling the demon child. Sizzle! Pitch-black demonic energy immediately rose from the demon child's body, and she screamed painfully under her black robe. The few of them were pleasantly surprised. They had specially purchased a set of high-grade demon subduing formation flags to target the demon child's demonic attribute. Now, it seemed that the effect was remarkable, and they had successfully subdued her. They could kill the demon child with a thunderous attack. There was only one person who could kill her. The 8 of them looked at each other, then rushed forward one after another. They took out their hidden killing moves and launched them with a loud bang. The young half-martial emperor took the lead, and the jade bracelet on her white wrist slipped out of her hand and was thrown out immediately. For a moment, the colorful divine light of the attack covered the sky and the earth, engulfing the demon child. Under the cover of the black robe, no one could see clearly. The painful expression on her face suddenly disappeared, and it was replaced by a cold and mocking smile. Poof! The demon child was killed in an instant, and not even a speck of her was left. The 8 of them gathered around and stared at the fragments on the ground with excited expressions. Who was the one who delivered the last blow? It should be my Tianluo cone nail, right? What a joke! Of course it was my soul-locking needle. Get lost, all of you. I killed her. For a moment, the 8 of them quarreled until they started fighting each other. Old song, let's join forces and kill the Qishan duo first. They have gone too far. Wei Xinlin, how dare you hurt me? You are courting death. The 8 of them were in a mess, and only the young half-martial emperor stayed out of it. She frowned and lowered her body to examine the fragments. With a pinch of her fingers, the fragments of the black robe turned into a strand of demonic aura. Demonic thoughts. The young half-martial emperor's expression changed. She stood up and looked around nervously. She shouted, "Stop fighting. We have fallen into a trap." It was not the demon child that we fought just now. It was a clone of her demonic thoughts. What? Everyone was shocked. They stopped and rushed over to check. After confirming that the remaining fragments of the black robe were not the real thing, everyone's face darkened. In order to give the demon child the final blow, they did not hold back and used their trump card. Now that they were told that the demon child was not dead, What could they use to fight the real demon child? A demonic thought clone was already difficult to deal with. How terrifying would the real demon child be? The young half-martial emperor gritted her teeth and said, "We should not stay here for long. Leave now." The 8 of them felt like they were being targeted by something dark. They shuddered and agreed. This is the tomb that I have prepared for you. What, don't you like it? The creepy girl's laughter echoed in the dark forest, and it was creepy. As soon as the voice died down, everyone's face showed a painful expression. "My body, oh no, I am poisoned." A martial artist whose body was festering from the inside out said in pain. The others, including the young half-martial emperor, were all poisoned, and it was an extremely potent poison. The young half-martial emperor's face was pale. "What is your demonic thought clone made of?" A black wind blew past, and a short girl in a black robe appeared in front of her. Her mouth was full of black poisonous fangs, her eyes were pale, and her body reeked of a horrible stench. "He is my favorite poison, the heart-piercing chi." The demonic thought was destroyed, and the poisonous gas spread out. The poison was invisible, and they were all poisoned. "How did you know we would come?" No matter how stupid they were, they could tell that something was wrong. Everything seemed to be a trap set by the demon child. The demon child chuckled. "What else? Why do you think I suddenly showed my traces?" The young half-martial emperor struggled and said, "Why did you lure us into your trap?" "It's simple. The Tao rain is coming, and I need to make a few herbals as soon as possible. I thought a few overlords would be enough, but I didn't expect to attract a half-martial emperor." The demon child grinned. "Since you have come to me, I won't hold back." After saying that, her black hand pressed down, wanting to end the young half-martial emperor's life. However, when she pressed down, she was shocked to find that she couldn't move the young half-martial emperor's head at all. The young half-martial emperor's head was as hard as iron. "You are not a living being? What are you?" The demon child screamed and quickly backed away. The young half-martial emperor's scalp was scratched open, and a thick corpse chi was coming out. Chapter 1783. After a moment of shock, the demon child's killing intent flickered. "Fine, I'll hand you over to the Diyu dynasty. Maybe it can offset my past sins and remove my name from the wanted list." Just as she was about to step forward and subdue the other party, a cold snort was heard. "You know too much." An indifferent voice echoed in the dense forest. The demon child was shocked. She felt an extraordinary pressure. It was the pressure of an emperor, and an extremely powerful one at that. Swish! As if sensing something, the demon child turned her head and was shocked to find that a white-haired youth had appeared in front of the half-step emperor girl. "You disappoint me." The white-haired youth looked down at the girl and said indifferently, "I sent you to infiltrate the path rain, but you couldn't even deal with a half-step emperor girl. Instead, you were plotted against by her." The girl's face turned pale. "Corpse Emperor, please spare my life. I'm useless." The white-haired youth was none other than the white-haired Corpse Emperor who had escaped from Su Yu's hands. He had appeared in the Diyu dynasty. "Forget it. The path rain is imminent. There's no time to replace anyone else." The Corpse Emperor frowned. The girl was relieved. "Thank you, Corpse Emperor. Thank you, Corpse Emperor." Nodding, the Corpse Emperor looked at the demon child and said indifferently, "It seems like I'll have to borrow your head." The demon child knew it was bad and turned to flee. But before she could take more than 3 steps, her head flew away, leaving a headless body that ran for thousands of feet before finally collapsing. The demon child's head flew back to the Corpse Emperor's hand. Her eyes were wide open, filled with shock and disbelief. She still didn't understand how she died. Throwing the head to the girl, the white-haired Corpse Emperor glanced at the other 7 martial artists and said indifferently, "Get rid of them." "Yes," someone answered invisibly. Then miserable screams resounded continuously in the dark jungle. Su Yu clenched his willowy eyebrows. He saw everything clearly and was shocked. No wonder he had sensed a murderous gaze. It was this girl from the Corpse Clan. She must have recognized Su Yu. Fortunately, he was vigilant and did not rush forward. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to encounter the white-haired Corpse Emperor. Waiting for them to leave, Su Yu quietly appeared. The demon child is gone. It seems I can only look for Huan Yu Langjun. Su Yu was a little helpless. Phantom Moon Langjun was far more difficult to deal with than the witch maiden. Breaking into the palace, kidnapping 3 concubines, and calmly leaving despite being intercepted by a few divine warriors of heaven and earth was not easy to deal with. But he could only give it a try. The last time Mystic Moon Langjun appeared was in the most prosperous brothel in the Imperial City. The main reason why Su Yu did not choose to come here was because Huan Yu Langjun could not stay in such a crowded place for too long. Therefore, he came to investigate with an insignificant attitude. Ignoring the solicitations of the brothel keeper and the beautiful dancers, Su Yu entered the room where Huan Yu Langjun had appeared. The news said that Huan Yu Langjun was having sex in this room. They should have left long ago. As Su Yu thought of this, he used his transparent eye to casually scan the place. Surprisingly, there were 2 people inside. One of them had peach blossom eyes, a jade-like face, and an unusually handsome face. It was the infamous wanted criminal, Huan Yu Langjun. Sitting opposite him was a jade-faced young master with red lips and white teeth. He was also very handsome. The 2 of them were chatting happily as if they were old friends. Huan Yu Langjun laughed. It is my good fortune to have met Brother Dongfang. Come, let's drink. The jade-faced young master smiled, raising his head to drink. However, a pink short sword slipped out of his right hand, which was resting on his thigh. Taking advantage of the moment when Huan Yu Langjun raised his head to drink, he suddenly thrust it forward. Su Yu saw everything clearly from the side. Huan Yu Langjun looked like he was drinking, but in reality his lips were holding the rim of the wine cup, not drinking a single drop. His curled lips were no different from the witch maiden's. It was a trap. As expected, the criminals who usually hid themselves had a motive for suddenly showing themselves. Huan Yu Langjun was not afraid of being exposed. Staying here for 3 days was undoubtedly a trap. Seeing that the jade-faced young master had fallen for the trap, Su Yu was worried that he would ruin it. He immediately used his yin-yang energy to teleport into the room. At the moment when the jade-faced young master thrust the short sword forward, Su Yu pushed him against the wall. The sudden turn of events had caught the 2 of them by surprise. Huan Yu Langjun did not move an inch. He put down his wine cup, his gaze slightly sharp. Who are you? Before Su Yu could reply, he heard a furious reprimand. How dare you? Looking over, Su Yu had pressed his chest against the wall. His right leg pressed against his crotch, preventing him from attacking. Su Yu said, "Don't fall for it. It's a trap." As he spoke, he put him down. Unexpectedly, the jade-faced young master's face turned red. He rubbed his chest and said in an unfriendly tone, "Who are you?" "Just like you. Someone who killed him." To be safe, Su Yu had changed his appearance before entering the brothel. The jade-faced young master's anger subsided. "You say it's a trap, but do you have any proof?" Su Yu shook his head. "No, but the trap should be on him." Using his transparent eye, Su Yu could clearly see that there was a layer of invisible powder on the surface of Huan Yu Langjun's body. Anyone who got close would definitely be contaminated. That powder was definitely not something good. Hee. Looks like you've been here for a long time. Smart people can see that it's a trap. Huan Yu Langjun laughed. Then, have you ever wondered why I'm still here? Needless to say, it was because those who came looking for trouble were all dead. His gaze was sharp, as if he could see through a person's heart. He stared at Su Yu and said, "Looks like you know. Since you know, I won't keep you here." Crash! His whole body trembled. and the powder that circulated 3 inches around his body immediately filled the entire room. An evil aura immediately appeared. At the same time, the scene around Su Yu distorted, making it difficult for him to distinguish between illusion and reality. You knew I was an expert in illusions, yet you still dared to barge into this narrow space. Calling you smart is a compliment. Huan Yu Langjun laughed as he stood up. Su Yu's vision was blank, unable to pinpoint Huan Yu Langjun's true location. This was probably the reason why he could escape from the 3 divine realm experts so easily. Beside him, jade-faced Mr. was in a similar state. His body swayed, and he fell onto Su Yu's body. You can die, but this cross-dressing beauty will have to satisfy me before I let her go. Huan Yu Langjun laughed evilly, hooking his finger and pulling jade-faced Mr. away. Just as he was about to grab her waist, something happened. Jade-faced Mr., who was in a daze, suddenly let out a strange laugh. By the time Huan Yu Langjun realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Jade-faced Mr.'s eyes suddenly shot out 2 beams of light. A fan fell from his sleeves, and as he opened it, several shadows flew out, instantly binding Huan Yu Langjun. The powder that filled the room lost control and sank immediately. Su Yu's vision became clear again. Jade-faced Mr. gently waved his fan, calmly standing in front of the bound Huan Yu Langjun. Su Yu was slightly surprised that jade-faced Mr. was not affected by the powder. If not for you being a busybody, he would have been subdued by me. Jade-faced Mr. glared at Su Yu, still angry at the thought of Su Yu's intimacy. Su Yu was a little speechless. Actually, he was not affected by the powder. He was just putting on an act to make Huan Yu Langjun lower his guard. Who would have thought that jade-faced Mr. would have a trick up his sleeve? With him holding on to Huan Yu Langjun. Su Yu had lost his last target. Is the mission destined to fail? Su Yu was helpless. There were only 7 days left. Where could he find the top 100 sinners? Suddenly, Su Yu felt that something was amiss. The falling powder suddenly moved again. Be careful. Leave Huan Yu Langjun quickly, Su Yu said, subconsciously. At the same time, he dashed over and pushed jade-faced Mr. to the ground. Almost at the same time, the floating powder quickly gathered to form a shapeless, long sword. It pierced through the air where jade-faced Mr. had just been standing. The shapeless, long sword spun around and landed in a palm. Huan Yu Langjun, who was supposed to be bound, did not look like he was in trouble. Instead, he had a mocking expression. Haha, interesting. You guys have forced me to this extent. Creak. The dark shadows that had bound him were easily shaken off. Jade-faced Mr. was shocked. How could this be? Even a half martial artist could not break free. How could you? He did not finish his sentence. The surface of Huan Yu Langjun's body was naturally emitting a pure, primordial force, a divine warrior of heaven and earth. Huan Yu Langjun, who had been a half martial artist, was now a divine warrior of heaven and earth. No wonder he dared to appear in a brothel without fear of being hunted by a divine warrior. So that was why. Su Yu's expression darkened, secretly activating the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. Tell me, what should I do with you guys? I really can't bear to kill you. Huan Yu Langjun grinned, his white teeth appearing exceptionally sinister. Why don't I cripple your cultivation bases and make you my slaves forever? Just like the 3 beautiful concubines I kidnapped back then. Don't even think about it. Jade-faced Mr.'s face turned red. He was pressed to the ground by Su Yu, breathing heavily. Huan Yu Langjun laughed evilly. That's not up to you. Come with me. Don't make me do it. In front of a divine warrior, even the strongest overlord had no ability to resist. Even a half martial artist was the same. Life and death were all in the hands of a divine warrior. Jade-faced Mr. clenched his teeth. His expression was grave, as if a great catastrophe was about to befall him. On the other hand, Su Yu smiled. That might not be the case. Huh? Huan Yu Langjun frowned. Such dense yin and yang energy. Oh no, this is the yin-yang escape technique. He let out an urgent grunt, slashing at Su Yu with his sword. But Su Yu grabbed jade-faced Mister and instantly teleported away. The next moment, they appeared 10 billion miles away. Not bad, but just as they landed, Huan Yu Longjuan's light laughter could be heard from the horizon. Su Yu's pupils shrank. How could this be? He had activated the advanced yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. Even a double-crown world divine warrior might not be able to catch up to Su Yu. How could Huan Yu Langjun catch up so easily? No, he had not teleported 10 billion miles away. Su Yu's sharp senses detected the powder around him. It was the powder that had affected Su Yu's sense of direction. Chapter 1784. Initially, Zhang Xian wanted to leave, but from the looks of it, he might not be able to do so easily. Su Yu thought to himself as he looked at the lingering powder around his body. He could only go all out. With his trump card, together with a little Kylin, he could barely remain in an invincible position. Furthermore, this place was far from the imperial city and was sparsely populated, so he was not afraid of being exposed. "Are you done hugging me?" Beside Su Yu's ears was the jade-faced man's angry rebuke. Su Yu felt a jolt in his arms, and her soft body left Su Yu's embrace. Su Yu heard Huan Yu Longjuan's words clearly. The seemingly handsome, jade-faced young master was actually a beautiful and exquisite woman. However, he had no time to appreciate the woman's true appearance. "Leave this place as soon as possible. You shouldn't stay here for long." Su Yu stared at the pressuring aura that was quickly approaching him. Mystic Moon Hermit was far more powerful than the Emperor of the Dust Sand civilization. He didn't have much confidence. With one less burden, there would be one less constraint. You really underestimate me." The jade-faced young master proudly raised his snow-white neck like a proud peacock. Taking out a statue, the jade-faced young master held it with both hands and chanted an obscure incantation. Su Yu's heart stirred slightly. The language of the blood crystal race? As far as Su Yu knew, the nearest member of the blood crystal race should be the Dayu Empire's Great Eastern royal family. The blood marks on the surface of the statue floated, separated from the statue, and imprinted on the surface of the jade-faced gentleman's body. All of a sudden, Su Yu was shocked to discover that Mr. Jade-Faced's aura had become extremely frightening. "King!" Su Yu was quite surprised. What kind of secret technique could allow a half-step martial emperor to instantly transform into an emperor of heaven and earth? Clang! At the same time, a small silver sword appeared in each of Jade-Face's hands, reflecting a faint fluorescent light. A high-grade, true emperor divine weapon. Su Yu was surprised once again. The grade of the two silvery white swords was not inferior to the Shura sect sword. What was valuable was that the material of the small sword was a divine wood that could ward off evil and demons, the mixed origin sacred light wood. Although it was not as precious as the golden flames forbidden wood, it was not something an ordinary sovereign could obtain. Huan Yu Langjun cultivated the evil path, so the two small swords had quite a suppressive effect on him. Watch from the side. Jade-faced young master's confidence increased. Su Yu was happy to see this, and he held the Azura sword as he stood at the edge of the area. "Ha ha ha, a beauty is waiting for me. Could it be that you can't bear to part with me?" Fantasy Moon Langjun teased. Before the person arrived, his voice arrived. Although this place was far from the imperial city, there were still pedestrians passing by. A group of overlord-class merchant caravans happened to pass by this area. Hearing this, the leader of the caravan, a blind old man with turbid eyes, moved his ears and said with a solemn expression, "Emperor's voice transmission! Some emperors are about to fight. Stop the car and rush over to watch." Martial emperors rarely fought against each other, and it was rare to see one in 10,000 years. If one was lucky enough to witness it, they would be able to pry into the traces of the laws as they fought. It would be extremely useful for a peak overlord's tempering of the laws. Huan Yu Langjun stepped on the bright moonlight. His handsome face looked incomparably demonic under the moonlight. With a swoosh he floated down and said with a smile, "The woman that I, Huan Yu Langjun, want will never be able to escape." The caravan happened to be nearby. Hiss! The blind elder sucked in a breath of cold air. The famous phantom moon gentleman? 10,000 years ago he broke into the imperial palace alone and kidnapped 3 concubines. He ignored the 3 emperors who tried to stop him and left with a big smile. Such a person has returned to the world. Rumor has it that he came from the Holy Ruins civilization. He was originally groomed to be a Cauldron for the joyous Holy Ruins sect master to ascend to the throne, who knew that he was so talented that he sucked all the yin energy of the female sect master who was about to ascend to the throne. Then he killed everyone and escaped from the Holy Ruins civilization. The middle-aged man in the official robe beside him had a serious expression. Until now, Huan Yu Langjun is still a taboo in the joyous Holy Ruins. Another insider slowly exhaled. I don't know which emperor has such guts, but it's Huan Yu Langjun alone. They looked at Prince Jade Face curiously and had a negative attitude towards him. In the sky, Prince Jade Face blinked his cold eyes. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Righteous sword song. Prince Jade Face held his sword with both hands. 2 sword shadows shot out from his 2 swords. The sword shadows split into 4, into 8, and 8 into 16. A total of 16 illusory sword shadows, reflecting holy silver light, slashed out in unison. Beams of law were wrapped within the sword shadows, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Huan Yu Langjun laughed, standing his ground without retreating. When the sword shadows were 1,000 feet away from him, he waved his hands to unleash a moonlight, erasing the law hidden within the 16 sword shadows one by one. Prince Jade Face was unwilling to give up. He clenched his teeth and continued. Huan Yu Langjun only defended and did not attack, easily dispelling the seemingly powerful sword shadows. Su Yu watched from the side, shaking his head slightly. They were both emperors, but the difference between them was too great. Prince Jade Face's evil subduing sword technique could not harm Huan Yu Langjun's foundation. If everything went according to plan, the victor would be decided in 10 moves. Sure enough, after 9 moves, Huan Yu Langjun's eyes shot out 2 misty shadows, destroying all the sword shadows and imprinting themselves on Prince Jade Face's chest. Prince Jade Face tried to resist in a hurry, but the shadows were filled with law. In an instant, the 2 swords in Prince Jade Face's hands were sent flying. With a groan, Prince Jade Face fell into a pool of blood, his body covered in blood. The difference between their abilities was too great. Hiss! As expected of Huan Yu Langjun, they are both divine warriors of heaven and earth, but he easily defeated his enemy like he was playing with a mouse. The blind old man shook his head regretfully. Sigh, another good lady is going to be defiled by Huan Yu Langjun. This battle ends here. Let's leave. Isn't there a silver-haired youth? The middle-aged man in the official robe glanced at Su Yu. The blind old man did not even turn his head. The glazed crystal overlord is not even enough to fill the gaps between Huan Yu Langjun's teeth. After defeating Prince Jade Face, Huan Yu Langjun flashed in front of her, grabbing her waist. Creak! At that moment, a sword light attacked. Huan Yu Langjun did not even look at it, waving it away. But the moment he stopped, Prince Jade Face was surrounded by a red light, his body engulfed by the power of space. Space divine technique? Huan Yu Langjun raised his eyes in surprise, staring at Su Yu, who was holding Prince Jade Face in his arms. Huan Yu Langjun's face darkened. This is the second time you've ruined my plans. Tell me, how do you plan to die? Putting down Prince Jade Face, Suyu chuckled. I'm afraid you won't be able to witness how I die. As he spoke, he put away the Azura sword in his hand, replacing it with a strange, dragon-shaped sword. With Suyu's current cultivation, he could wield the royal power dragon sword without any pressure. With a sweep of the sword, the heavens and the earth lost all light. Time seemed to freeze in the entire world, leaving only an invisible, majestic dragon crushing the sky. Huan Yu Longjuan's expression changed, staring at the divine sword in disbelief. His figure retreated quickly, his hands forming a large patch of moonlight that gathered in front of his chest. From afar, it looked like a bright moon. Roar! The roar of the dragon at the soul level shook Huan Yu Longjuan's soul to the point of excruciating pain. In a trance, he seemed to see a ferocious dragon shattering the moon. Thud! 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 Huan Yu Langjun staggered backward, his eyes filled with shock. It's too early to be surprised, Suyu said calmly. Huh. Huan Yu Langjun was immediately on guard, but a cloud of pink mist suddenly appeared in front of him. A small Kylin leaped out, its purple hoof swinging toward him. Crack! Half of Huan Yu Longjuan's head was smashed, and his body was sent flying like a sandbag, crashing through mountains before he finally came to a stop. His beautiful moonlight had shattered, and his clothes were in tatters. How could he still look like a gentleman? Who are you? Huan Yu Longjuan's pupils shrank as he stared at the small Kylin. The small Kylin raised its neck and said proudly, I am the king of beasts, the Kylin Emperor. Come, let me introduce you to my human pet. Xiao Su, come here. Slap. A blow landed on its forehead, causing it to tear up in pain. It covered its forehead with its two front hooves and turned its head to look back. Can't you give me some face in front of others? You will suffer retribution for torturing a divine beast like this, the small Kylin complained. Suyu said, I think you will suffer retribution first, right? As he spoke, he kicked it to the ground. You talk too much. Get to work first. If you don't kill Huan Yu Langjun today, don't even think about sleeping. There was nothing Suyu could do about this small Kylin that only knew how to sleep. The small Kylin crawled up angrily and grinned at Huan Yu Langjun. It's all your fault. I will grant you 100,000 hooves to vent my hatred. Wah-ya! Slap! Even though Huan Yu Langjun had his guard up, how could he defend himself against the mysterious talent of turning illusion into reality and reality into illusion? Each of the small Kylins' hooves landed solidly on him. After a dozen consecutive hits, Huan Yu Langjun was driven mad. This small Kylin was too strange. Its talent of combining illusion and reality was too abnormal. When it attacked its opponent, it turned reality into illusion. When its opponent hit it, it turned reality into reality. How was this a battle? This was clearly a hooligan's game. Huan Yu Langjun, who had always had a smooth sailing life, had lost his temper. He clenched his teeth in anger. Enough! Huan Yu Law! Chains of the law shot out from the surface of his body. As soon as the small Kylin got close, it was immediately enveloped by the moonlight emitted by the chains. It could keenly sense the erosion of the moonlight of the law on its soul. Although it could turn reality into illusion and was not affected, it had to appear in its physical form the moment it attacked Huan Yu Longjuan's body. When that happened, it would definitely suffer soul damage, and it would be very serious damage. This was the most powerful aspect of an emperor, the law. Go to hell! Huan Yu Langjun was furious. The chains of the law danced like long snakes, whipping the small Kylin. The small Kylin immediately turned into illusion, narrowly avoiding the attack. But the chain did not slow down. It continued to whip at Suyu. You are the worst. I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Suyu's eyes were cold. He only moved when the chain was 10,000 feet away from him. However, he did not swing the royal dragon sword. Instead, at the critical moment, he put away the long sword and changed it to a divine weapon. It was a golden crystal sword that reflected an extremely pure and holy light. Heaven-cutting sword. The mutated golden flames forbidden wooden sword was used together with the sixth style of the demon's sword. A large amount of limitless karmic flames surged out of the wooden sword. It was wrapped up by the shocking sword and slashed out with the force of the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. The moonlight emitted by the chain was completely devoured by the limitless karmic flames. Ah, limitless karmic flames. No, what level of karmic flames is this? How could it burn away my evil law? Huan Yu Langjun cultivated the evil path. What he feared the most was the supreme, holy force. The limitless karmic flames were a supreme, holy artifact that could restrain him. The limitless karmic flames covered the sky and the earth, engulfing Huan Yu Langjun in an instant. A few screams came to an abrupt end. The limitless karmic flames gradually extinguished, leaving behind a ground full of pitch-black impurities. The dignified Huan Yu Langjun had been burned to death. Chapter 1785. Hiss! The middle-aged man in the official robe sucked in a breath of cold air. The mystic crystal overlord killed the infamous fantasy moon gentleman with one sword strike. Who is he? Was it Bei Wangqin or Crown Prince Dongfang Wudi? In the entire Diyu dynasty, besides the 2 unparalleled heavenly kings, who else could easily kill Huan Yu Langjun? No, it's not them. I've seen their portraits before. Then he is. The blind old man's tone was excited. We have witnessed the birth of a new king, the 3rd king of the Diyu Empire, comparable to Bei Wangqin and Dongfang Wudi. Who? Suyu took a few deep breaths. The emperor was indeed difficult to deal with. Even the little Kylin, Mr. Jade-faced, and Suyu's various tricks were unable to gain the upper hand. To be honest, being able to kill him was all due to luck. If he wasn't a heretic and wasn't restrained by the boundless karmic flames, they might have been the ones killed today. The small Kylin's body's radiance became dim, and it laid powerlessly on Suyu's shoulder. It was gasping for breath as it said, "My cultivation is still not high enough. Even though we are both at the same level, I still ended up in such a passive state." Today's battle had alerted the little Kylin. Although it had inherited the Qilin sovereign's legacy, it had not fully digested it. Apart from using illusions and hooves, there were no other moves. What if he encountered a strong enemy next time? As it looked at the exhausted Suyu, the small Kylin's gaze became resolute. I want to continue cultivating and completely digest the Kylin divine warrior's inheritance. I will fall into a deep sleep in the near future, so I might not be able to reply to you in time. You should be careful. I will, Suyu said as he sent the small Kylin back to the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Sheathing the golden flames forbidden wood sword, Suyu was deeply aware of the inadequacy of his power. I also have to work hard to improve my own power. The first to bear the brunt was cultivation. Whether one grasped the laws or not was simply a chasm. Suyu's many tricks were like child's play in front of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. I must get Daoyu. Suyu clenched his fists, and the crux of the Dao reign was to obtain Princess Rukin's recommendation and obtain the 2nd-tier range. Phantom Moon Gentleman. Suyu walked toward the ashes, even though there was nothing left of the corpse. He believed that Princess Rukin would have a way to determine the identity of the ashes if he brought the ashes back. With a wave of his sleeves, all the ashes were blown away. However, at this moment, a ball of moonlight suddenly shot out from the ashes. In the moonlight, there was a thumb-sized silhouette with a face full of hatred. Who else could it be but Fantasy Moon Langjun? As it turned out, at the most critical moment, he had sacrificed his own laws to resist the boundless karmic flames, barely preserving 1/10 of his soul. It hid in the ashes and took advantage of Suyu's moment of carelessness to give him a fatal blow to his soul. It had to be said that the timing of this attack was just right. After an earth-shattering battle, Huan Yu Langjun was destroyed. This was the moment when Su Yu was most relaxed. No one would have thought that Phantom Moon Langjun still had a remnant of his soul left behind. Not only did he not escape, but he was also staking it all on revenge. Evil creature, you ruined my life, so I want you to die with me. As Su Yu roared with hatred, the moonlight entered the space between his brows that contained the essence of his illusionary moon laws. It had destructive damage to the soul. This attack came abruptly, and Su Yu had no way of avoiding it. Jade-faced young master wanted to help, but because of the suddenness of the incident and the distance, he had no time to help. Be careful! Jade Face exclaimed. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moonlight pierced deep into Su Yu's forehead. Jade-faced young master was dumbfounded. Such a demonic genius had fallen. Just like that, the blind old man on the ground muttered, Heaven's will, heaven's will. The Dayu Empire is destined to belong to Bei Wangqin and Dongfang Wudi. But just as they were lamenting the fall of a genius, a change occurred. Su Yu, who had been pierced, suddenly dissipated into fluorescent light. An illusion? Jade-faced young master and the blind old man were both shocked. Huan Yu Langjun, who was within the moonlight, was also shocked. An illusion, then he... Are you looking for me? A calm voice rang out from behind him. Turning his head to look, Su Yu's black and white wings, filled with the power of yin and yang, were flashing on his back. As it turned out, when he approached the ashes, he had intentionally created an illusion, while his real body quietly avoided it. Impossible! Could you have been prepared? Huan Yu Longjuan's facial features were ferocious, like an evil spirit that had failed its final struggle. Su Yu remained calm. How would I dare be careless against a divine warrior of heaven and earth? Vigilance was Su Yu's most valuable asset in his martial path. Faced with such a troublesome Huan Yu Langjun, Su Yu did not dare let his guard down. It looked like his vigilance had saved his life once again. Huan Yu Langjun roared, So what? Die! Su Yu curled his lips, shooting out 2 balls of silver-gray flames from his eyes. He turned into a firebird and flew past. He picked up Huan Yu Longjuan's remnant soul and swallowed it whole. Gulp! Jade-faced young master and the blind old man swallowed hard as they watched. The soul of a divine warrior was swallowed whole? Was he not afraid that his own soul would be eroded by the soul of a divine warrior? How many strange and exquisite techniques did he have up his sleeves? The firebird flew back. Su Yu glanced at the blind old man, scaring them into running away in a panic, afraid that Su Yu would be angered. I did not expect you to hide so much. In terms of abilities, among the younger generation, you are second only to Bei Wangqin and Dongfang Wudi. Jade-faced young master's eyes shone brightly, filled with a deep splendor. Can you tell me which divine warrior is secretly training you as a disciple? Su Yu's unrivaled abilities had toppled her worldview. She had never thought that a glazed crystal overlord could be so powerful. Do you want to know? Su Yu walked over, squatted down, and asked, Are you willing to tell me? Jade-faced young master stared deeply into Su Yu's eyes. Su Yu shook his head. No. Then why did you approach me? Jade-faced young master was displeased. Su Yu's eyes shone with a brilliant light. He said mysteriously, Nothing. I just wanted you to sleep for a while. What? Jade-faced young master was shocked. He looked into Su Yu's eyes and felt a sharp pain in his head. Ah, bastard, I will not forgive you. Jade-faced young master collapsed to the ground. After casually adding a few layers of defense around her, Su Yu patted his sleeves and left on the wind. This jade-faced young master had a powerful background, especially since she was proficient in the language of the Blood Crystal Clan. To avoid trouble in the future, it was better to knock her out to prevent her from following him. Su Yu floated to a deserted place, then took off the blindfold leaf and returned to the imperial city with his true appearance. He found an inn to stay in. Su Yu first recovered his divine energy and healed his injuries. After recuperating, he released the soul firebird. In its mouth was a small figure that was still struggling. It was Huan Yu Langjun. "Kid, if you let me go, I will give you all my legacies." Huan Yu Longjun's eyes were filled with cunning. Su Yu laughed. "Do you think I will be fooled so easily? Let's not talk about the fact that your legacies are not suitable for me. Even if they were, how would I know if they are real or fake? You and I are both smart people, so there is no need to play tricks like this." Huan Yu Langjun secretly clenched his teeth. He could have fallen into anyone's hands, but he had fallen into the hands of such a terrifyingly smart young man. Rolling his eyes, Huan Yu Langjun said, "If you are willing to let me go, I am willing to exchange my illusory moon cave for it. There are all the beauties I have collected in the world, including the 3 concubines of the Diu Empire and countless treasures." These were not attractive to Su Yu. In terms of resources, the Emperor of Qi had to take the initiative to befriend Su Yu. Seeing that Su Yu was unmoved, Huan Yu Langjun said anxiously, "Oh yes, there is also a Fu Luo Earth Core. It will be of great help to you in breaking through to the peak of the Overlord level." Fu Luo Earth Core? Su Yu was tempted. He had read in ancient texts that the Fu Luo Earth Core was the core left behind after a spirit meridian had withered. However, it was not a single spirit meridian, but the core left behind after hundreds and thousands of spirit meridians had withered. More importantly, the Fu Luo Earth Core was a living thing, and it could escape through the Earth's meridians. In addition, it could hide its aura in the ground, so no one could detect it. Therefore, without great luck, it was impossible to obtain the Fu Luo Earth Core. Su Yu had never thought that such a legendary divine item would fall into the hands of Huan Yu Langjun. "If you are willing to let me go, I will tell you the location of the illusory moon cave. Apart from me, no one else can find it." Huan Yu Langjun saw hope in Su Yu's eyes. "What do you think?" Su Yu rubbed his chin, calmly saying, "I don't think so." After saying this, the silver firebird raised its neck and swallowed Huan Yu Longjun's soul. "Ah, don't even think about getting," Su Yu shrugged. "Don't even think about getting your memories? I'm sorry, but that is not up to you." After swallowing Huan Yu Longjun's remnant soul, the flames on the silver-gray firebird's body soared. Its originally blurry body became extremely clear, and even its eyes were filled with spirituality. Its silver-gray body had completely turned silver. Its head had also grown a full size. Chirp! With a sharp chirp of joy, the silver firebird flew into Su Yu's eyes. All of a sudden, a terrifyingly pure soul surged into his soul. In comparison, Su Yu's soul was like a small river, but what was surging into it was a whole river. A tearing sensation and pain reverberated in Su Yu's mind. Relying on his many years of patience, Su Yu clenched his teeth and digested the enormous soul bit by bit. His soul was also undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. At the same time, in the Beyond the Heavens Tower, in an elegant boudoir, a woman with long black hair, who was dressed in a fluttering butterfly dress, clenched her right fist tightly. Her exquisite and well-proportioned body was extremely alluring under the outline of the 100 butterfly dress. However, her crystal eyes, which were supposed to be alluring, were filled with anger. "Haven't you found the B** starred yet?" the woman shouted. Kneeling on one knee in front of her was the demon heart and a group of strong men with considerable abilities. The demon heart was uneasy. "Princess Rukin, we have searched the entire city according to your instructions. Apart from the palace, we have searched everywhere. Even a fly should have been found, but that person has disappeared like a rock in the ocean. Trash! What is the use of raising a bunch of trash like you?" Princess Rukin was furious. The demon heart secretly felt bitter. A few days ago, Princess Rukin had led them to besiege Huan Yu Langjun. They had been lying in ambush outside the brothel, waiting for Princess Rookin's command before charging in together. Unexpectedly, a meddlesome guy had barged in and teleported Princess Rookin to an unknown place. When they found Princess Rookin, she had been knocked unconscious on the ground. After waking up, Princess Rookin gritted her teeth and issued a wanted order for that person. However, that person seemed to have evaporated from the world, vanishing without a trace. Keep looking for him. Find him even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Princess Rookin could not swallow her anger. Not only had she been put in such a difficult situation, but he had also taken advantage of her. What was worse was that he had knocked her unconscious. If she did not find him and give him a good beating, Princess Rookin would not be able to vent her anger. In fact, Suyu could not be blamed. How could he have known that Princess Rookin would run off to look for Huan Yu Langjun? Yes, we will definitely find him for Princess Rookin. The demon heart was pained. The world was vast. If he left the imperial city, who would know where he had gone? Chapter 1786. Silver light surged around his body, and the silver light on the top of his skull was the brightest. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that within the silver ball of light at the top of his head, there was a 3 feet long silver firebird quietly flapping its wings. The silver firebird's eyes were very intelligent, and there was an anthropomorphic pride in them. His entire body exuded an indescribable majesty. Chirp! Right at that moment, the silver firebird let out a sharp cry and returned to Suyu's body with all of the silver light, leaving nothing behind. Suyu, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his pitch-black eyes. The space in front of him trembled violently, emitting a hissing sound. What a strange feeling. At this moment, Suyu didn't even need to deliberately probe his surroundings to accurately sense all the movements within a 100-mile radius. For example, on a mountain 100 kilometers away, a man and a woman were speaking to each other in a private manner that would cause others to blush. Another example, 300 li away, in the crowd of breathing earth, for thieves were discussing how to steal the target's purse. Suyu's perceptual range and perceptual precision had undergone earth-shattering changes. If it had been a stream in the past, it was now a river in the ocean. Could this be the sole power of a martial emperor? Suyu was quite surprised. Looking into his mind, Suyu was even more surprised. The sole realm of the past was gone, replaced by a crystal the size of a broad bean. The silver firebird quietly spread its wings and sheltered the crystal under its wings, like a guardian deity of the crystal. His soul sea has turned into a soul crystal. The sudden change was beyond Suyu's expectations. If the ancient records were correct, the soul crystal was something that could only be condensed after one had stepped into the sovereign realm of heaven and earth. Not only was the soul crystal purer than the soul realm, it was also more solid. Ordinary soul attacks would not be able to affect the soul crystal. If Huan Yu Langjun used the illusionary moon law again, so you might not be afraid. 1/10 of Huan Yu Langjun's soul can help me achieve the emperor level. Su Yu's eyes were filled with doubt. Most of the impurities in the 10% of the soul had been removed, and less than 1% had truly fused with Su Yu's soul. Before this, Su Yu had the soul of a peak-level overlord. How could he possibly achieve the martial emperor realm in one step? However, the soul crystal in front of him made Su Yu speechless and unable to refute it. It's extremely strange, Su Yu thought to himself. Suddenly, Su Yu's heart moved slightly, and he took out an item with his left hand. It was the bronze plate, the mysterious bronze plate inscribed with the heaven's sun gazing at air. He had long since reached the 5th realm of the soul-devouring realm, but he had yet to reveal the final 6th realm. Su Yu had speculated that it was probably because his soul energy was slightly weaker. Since he had reached the emperor level today, he could give it a try. Su Yu released his soul energy, which was as vast as the sea, and scanned the bronze plate. This time, Su Yu saw a layer of blurry words on the bronze plate, which was different from the usual lack of reaction. Su Yu's heart was thumping wildly, and his mouth was dry. The 6th floor. But when he looked carefully, he couldn't see the words clearly no matter how hard he tried. After several failed attempts, Su Yu had no choice but to admit that even the soul of an emperor was slightly inferior. If I devour another complete soul of a divine warrior, there will definitely be no problem, Su Yu thought to himself. But how could it be easy to obtain the soul of an emperor? Su Yu was not confident that he could kill another divine warrior. Soon. Su Yu was looking forward to the next stage of the heaven's sun, gazing at air. Then he looked at his right palm. In between the skin and flesh of his palm, a word that looked like demon came into view. In the ancient god realm, he had found a dark red box in the skull of a pitch-black path master. This box had absorbed all the purplish-black, divine blood in the skull, and a demon word was imprinted on Su Yu's palm. According to the message released by the dark red box, if Su Yu became a high-level deity, he could open the red box. At that time, one of Su Yu's wishes would be fulfilled. A high-level deity was a divine warrior. That day is not far away. I really want to know what the path master who died in the Tai cage left in the skull. Su Yu licked his lips. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He thought of the little Kailin, and with a thought, his soul entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl. The little Kailin was snoring beside the hut, and Su Yu's mouth twitched as he looked at it. It could cultivate even in its dreams, and it was hard not to be jealous. After confirming that it was safe, Su Yu appeared in front of the nursery. He didn't know whether the blood crystal Bodhi seed from that day had survived. Unexpectedly, as soon as he appeared, he found a young girl in a purple dress holding a small white jade tree that was half the height of a person. She was munching on the blood-colored Bodhi seed on it. Next to her, there were 2 trees of the same size that had been gnawed without leaving a single leaf. Su Yu flew into a rage and kicked the young girl's buttocks. Wow! The girl ate with relish and was kicked away by a foot when she was caught off guard. She tumbled a few times before she finally stopped. Who was it? Who kicked my buttocks? I'll kill you! She roared angrily. When she turned her head and saw a pair of cold eyes, she couldn't help but feel guilty. Su Yu sized her up and he was furious. You just woke up and you're eating spiritual herbs. You can't change your spots. The young girl in the purple dress was no ordinary person. She was a mutant chaos card that had gone through 3 cocoons. Who stole it? You won't believe me if I tell you, but they invited me to eat them. Xiao Dai put her hands on her hips, looking aggrieved and wronged. Drip. Inadvertently, the blood crystal Bodhi that she had just plucked fell out of her sleeves. Xiao Dai immediately pounced on them like a vicious dog, pressing them under her body. She looked up embarrassedly and said, Illusion. What you saw was an illusion. The blue veins on Su Yu's forehead twitched. Go back to your cocoon. It was fine if she didn't come out, but when she did, she was making trouble. Why are you so fierce? It's just a few rotten fruits. I'll give them back to you, okay? Xiao Dai looked guilty. She grabbed the blood crystal Bodhi on the ground and handed it to Su Yu. Although she said so, her eyes were fixed on Su Yu's actions. Su Yu did not even give it a second thought. As he reached out to take it, swoosh! Xiao Dai immediately withdrew her hand and held the blood crystal Bodhi tightly. She pouted and said, How can you take back what you gave me? Stingy! Stingy! Su Yu took a deep breath. He felt that he was about to reach the limit of his patience. I don't remember giving you the blood crystal Bodhi. He emphasized the word give. Xiao Dai was very reluctant. She stamped her feet. I'll exchange it, okay? She opened her mouth and spat out 10 fine silks, invisible to the naked eye. Su Yu's pupils shrank. He was no stranger to this thing. When Xiao Dai was still a larva, she had spat out silk. It was tough, sharp, and very dangerous. It had helped Su Yu kill great enemies many times. However, That was when her cultivation had not reached the top level. Now it was useless. Hey, what's with that look? This is the dragon-slaying silk that I condensed with the rules. Even a king can't destroy it, Xiao Dai said angrily. Su Yu was taken aback. He looked at it again, but his face was full of suspicion. The silk was very ordinary, and he could not feel anything extraordinary about it. Feeling skeptical, Su Yu grabbed a piece of 10,000-year-old golden flames forbidden wood and stroked it on the silk. The result was a shocking scene. The 10,000-year-old golden flames forbidden wood, known for its hardness, was silently split into two halves along the scratch. The scratch was very smooth, without any roughness, indicating that it had been cut very easily. At this moment, Su Yu could not help but gasp. If a king was hit by it with their physical strength, they would be cut open immediately. This silk was not ordinary silk. How is it? Not bad, right? Is it enough for these fruits? Xiao Dai snorted disdainfully. Su Yu suppressed his excitement and asked in a low voice, Is there more? No, just 10, unless I spin the cocoon for the 4th time. Xiao Dai shrugged. A look of regret flashed across her eyes. However, if the 10 silk were used well, it would be a trump card. This thing is too sharp. No matter what it touches, it will be cut. Are you going to give it to me, just like that? It would be difficult for anything to contain it, including space storage devices. A slight touch would destroy the device. As for holding it with his hands, it would be suicidal. Xiao Dai giggled. Isn't this easy? She took off a snow-white bracelet from her wrist. 10 smooth, round, unknown beads hung on it, tightly connected. Xiao Dai waved her hand, and the 10 silk threads, which were 10 feet long, quickly wrapped around the snow-white beads on the bracelet. Strangely, the beads were tightly wrapped by the dragon-slaying silk, but there was no trace of strangulation. Why does it feel so familiar? Su Yu reached out to take the bracelet and caressed the smooth beads. He was a little surprised. Xiao Dai said calmly, It was made by grinding my teeth. How is it? Is it beautiful? Teeth? Su Yu could not help but think of the horrifying scene of Xiao Dai gnawing on the Pathmaster's head. He could not help but wipe off his cold sweat. No wonder. If it was Xiao Dai's horrifying teeth, it would not be surprising at all. Su Yu wore the bracelet on his left hand. He was very satisfied with it. If it was unexpected, it would be a powerful trump card. At this moment, he finally had the time to examine the 3 matured blood crystal bodhi. The blood crystal bodhi, which can only be nurtured by the bloodline of the Eastern royal family, can be nurtured by the supreme growing soil. This is really unexpected. Su Yu was secretly surprised. At first, he had thought that a grain of the supreme growing soil was equivalent to a fairy-level cultivation technique. But as Su Yu entered the wider world, he understood how frightening the supreme growing soil was. Even an Imperial Saint artifact would be worth it, let alone a fairy-level cultivation technique. Not only had the secret of the supreme growing soil not been revealed, it had become even more mysterious. There was also the remnant soul of the white fox in the cottage. Su Yu could feel that it still existed, but he could not capture its exact location. The 9 jade spiritual pearl seemed to belong to Su Yu, but it had not been completely refined by him. There must be a hidden space that he did not control. Su Yu looked at the blood crystal bodhi again. 2 of them had been devoured by Xiao Dai, and only 4 blood crystal bodhi were left hanging on the ground. Compared to the blood crystal bodhi that he had consumed previously, the one nurtured by the supreme growing soil was even purer, without any impurities. At first glance, it did not look like a spiritual fruit, but a crystal. Even the Eastern royal family might not believe that these were blood crystal bodhi grown from their seeds. You are not allowed to eat the remaining 4. Su Yu glared at her. The blood crystal bodhi had the powerful effect of tempering the rules. Combined with the Dao Rain, the effect was even better. Based on past experience, The supreme growing soil could nurture spiritual trees to an age beyond their lifespan. If these 4 blood crystal Bodhi could give birth to a mutated attribute, there might be an unexpected gain. Also, leave the blood crystal Bodhi seeds that you have eaten and plant them in the supreme growing soil. Su Yu reminded her one last time, then returned to the outside world. Xiao Dai pouted. You left so quickly. You didn't even ask me how much my abilities have grown. She looked somewhat gloomily at her girlish figure. She picked up the blood crystal Bodhi seeds on the ground and obediently placed them into the supreme growing soil to cultivate. His soul returned to the outside world. Su Yu looked at the bracelet on his wrist, his face full of smiles. Haha, that little girl is much more obedient. Su Yu laughed to himself. If it had been the Xiao Dai of the past, she would not have repaid the items to express her apology. The fact that she did not bite him was already a sign that she was in a good mood that day. As for her abilities, Su Yu's expression turned serious. Although he had not sparred with her, his intuition told him that she gave him a great deal of pressure, even more so than the little Kylin. Emperor. Xiao Dai had also entered the ranks of the Emperor. I wonder how powerful she will be after she is born, Su Yu guessed. Shaking his sleeves, Su Yu stood up. This time, besides obtaining Huan Yu Longjuan's soul, he had also combed through the soul's memories. He had found out the exact location of the illusory moon cave. I'll settle the matter at hand first, then make a trip to the illusory moon cave. Su Yu calculated the time. Today should be the 10th day of the mission assessment. With a tap of his toes, Su Yu disappeared from the inn, leaving behind a gust of wind. In the beyond, the heavens sacked. The demon heart was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. Suddenly, the demon heart seemed to sense something and cast a sharp look at the entrance of the small courtyard. You're here. Fortunately, I did not fail you. A pretty girl was reflected in the demon heart's eyes. She was as quiet as water, like a beautiful flower, if she was not carrying a bloody head in her hand. Please have a look. The girl handed the head over. The demon heart was indifferent, looking up at the sky. It's not time yet. She was the only one who had returned. The others had not arrived yet, although he understood that there was a 99% chance that they would not return. But rules were rules. Yes, the girl did not ask any more questions. She withdrew her hand obediently and waited quietly. She was waiting for time, not people, because no one would return except for her. Time passed slowly. In the evening, the last ray of the setting sun shone on the world. The demon heart watched the setting sun, watching as the last ray of light faded. Fortunately, I made it in time. Suddenly, the demon heart tilted his head and looked at the entrance of the small courtyard. Under the setting sun, a travel-worn young man walked over, his body shrouded in a brilliant glow. There's someone else. The demon heart was surprised, and even more surprised that it was Su Yu, the one who was least likely to return among them. The girl was a half-step martial emperor. She looked over, frowned slightly, and murmured softly, "Why did he come back?" If he could not get the corpse of the demon girl, what was the point of coming back? With his arms hanging down, the demon heart shouted, "The time has come! Congratulations on coming back, both of you!" Su Yu stood up calmly and faced the demon heart. He glanced at the girl out of the corner of his eye. She was a half-step martial emperor, to be exact, a girl from the corpse clan. Who's first? The demon heart stretched out his hand. The half-step martial emperor said, "Me, it will save time." She presented the demon girl's head. The demon heart took it and touched the head with a navy blue spiritual ruler. Immediately, a blue light was triggered, and the 3 words demon girl appeared. The demon heart nodded and showed a rare smile. "Congratulations. You are the one chosen by Princess Rukin." As he spoke, he looked at Su Yu. He did not want to waste any time asking Su Yu the purpose of his return. He said simply, "The selection is over. You can go back." Since the demon girl was killed by the girl, so you must have come empty-handed. Unless he brought back the head of Huan Yu Langjun. Chapter 1787. The list was made by the royal family, and the level of danger was the main consideration. If the demon girl, who was ranked 98th, was in danger, then Huan Yu Langjun, who was ranked 83rd, was undoubtedly in danger. No matter how powerful the glazed crystal overlord was, what could he do to Huan Yu Langjun? Moreover, the demon heart knew very well that Huan Yu Langjun had been killed by an unknown genius. Su Yu stroked his chin. You haven't asked me if I've completed the mission. The demon heart sneered and extended his hand. Sure, hand over Huan Yu Langjun's head, and you'll complete the mission. He was sure that Su Yu could not produce it. In fact, Su Yu really could not produce the head. I don't have the head, Su Yu said frankly. The young half-step martial emperor glanced at him, her face expressionless, but the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. However, right after that, Su Yu continued, But I brought his ashes back with me. With a flip of his palm, a 3-foot-long jade box appeared in his palm. Crack! The jade box opened, and an unpleasant smell of burnt flesh rushed out. The demon heart frowned slightly. Are you sure? Won't you know if you try? Su Yu looked calm. Humph! With a cold snort, the demon heart walked over and inserted the navy blue spiritual ruler into the box. Ding! The spiritual ruler reacted immediately, and the words Huan Yu Langjun appeared. The half-step martial emperor's pupils shrank violently, and her face stiffened. The demon heart's hand that was holding the spiritual ruler trembled, and he exclaimed, Where did you find the ashes? Su Yu's face darkened. I don't understand. Did I steal it? Sensing that he had lost his composure, the demon heart corrected himself. How can I be sure that you killed him? As far as I know, Huan Yu Langjun was killed by someone else. In the middle of his sentence, his ears twitched and his face changed. He immediately shut his mouth. Huh! Su Yu's face changed slightly. Only a few people knew about Huan Yu Langjun's death. Apart from the jade-faced man whose identity was unknown, there was also the faraway caravan. How could the demon heart know that Su Yu's appearance when he killed Huan Yu Langjun was not the same person now? Narrowing his eyes, Su Yu closed the jade box and smiled sheepishly. It seems that I didn't hide it from you. With a slightly resentful look on his face, Su Yu said regretfully, It seems like I can only wait for the next opportunity. Farewell. Humph. The devil's heart was both angry and amused. There were really all kinds of people these days. He had to be on his guard. Fortunately, they had received the news in advance. Otherwise, they would have been taken advantage of by an impostor. The young female, half-martial emperor, heaved a sigh of relief. She stared at Su Yu with a cold glint in her eyes. As Su Yu left the courtyard, he quickly calculated in his mind. Compared to obtaining Princess Rukin's trust, it was better not to expose his identity. Many of the techniques he had used that day were not suitable to be exposed to the public. He couldn't confirm how much the devil's heart knew, so he could only give up and find another way to enter the range of the Dao Rain. Wait! Devil Heart's ears twitched again, and a bright light flashed as he shouted. Su Yu steadied his body. May I ask what advice you have for me? Demon Heart shouted. You even dare to falsify Princess Rukin's test. It's hard not to admire your courage. Immediately surrender and allow me to search your soul to discover your true intentions. Otherwise, don't even think about taking half a step out of this courtyard alive. Frowning slightly, he really did not expect things to develop to such a state. Forget it. I'll leave when I have to. That depends on whether you have the ability to keep me here. Yin and Yang energies appeared above Su Yu's head, and he teleported away. Demon Heart was stunned. The Yin-Yang escape technique? What was even more bizarre was that the other party was proficient in concealing his aura. His gaze swept across the area, but he couldn't discern the other party's direction of escape. Swish! At the same time, a woman in luxurious clothes flickered beside him. She had a graceful and oppressive temperament. It really is him. The woman was Princess Rookin. Clenching his fists tightly, he was both surprised and excited. Demon Heart was taken aback. "Princess, is he really the person you ordered me to search for?" It was the princess who had asked Demon Heart to probe Su Yu's background through telepathy. As expected, Su Yu was the heaven ruler who had killed Huanyuan Langjun that day. Princess Rookin glared at him. "You were too talkative and scared him away." Demon Heart begged for mercy in fear. If he hadn't revealed that Huanyuan Langjun had been killed by someone else, so you wouldn't have been worried about exposing his identity and retreated on the spot. Such an outstanding person was a young heaven ruler comparable to Bei, Wangqin, and Dongfang Wudi. How could Princess Rookin not be angry that he had slipped away just like that? Stomping her feet, Princess Rookin said angrily, "He runs as fast as ever." After a pause, Princess Rookin said to the void behind her, "And it's up to you now. You must get him back." The space behind her, which was clearly empty, distorted, and a beautiful woman in a white palace gown appeared eerily. Mystical ripples of the formation rippled out from beneath her feet. Demon Heart immediately knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, Emperor Wu Hen." She was Emperor Wu Hen, who was second to none in the Diu Empire and the wife of Princess Rookin's uncle. She was also the famous Emperor Wu Hen. The beautiful woman in the palace gown glared at Princess Rookin. "I haven't settled the score for you looking for Huanyuan Langjun on your own, and now you've left me with this mess?" Princess Rookin stuck out her tongue. "You know that I hate lechers the most. My only regret in life is that I haven't been able to kill one with my own hands. Now that I've found traces of Huanyuan Langjun, I naturally can't miss it." "You're still talking. If Su Yu hadn't been there by coincidence and killed Huanyuan Langjun, do you know what kind of situation you'd be in?" The beautiful woman in the palace gown scolded her. Princess Rookin humphed weakly. Who knew that Lecher would become an emperor without a sound? If he had been a half-step emperor, with Demon Heart and the rest supporting him, Huanyuan Langjun would have had nowhere to run. Seeing that Princess Rookin was unrepentant and was still quibbling, the beautiful woman in the palace gown was furious. However, when she recalled Princess Rookin's original intentions, her heart softened, and she couldn't bear to scold her harshly. Back then, Xiaolang had raped and killed an empire's princess. That princess was Princess Rookin's half-sister, and Princess Rookin hadn't even been born yet. Princess Rookin's mother was so sad that she shed tears. In the end, she became depressed and passed away after giving birth to Princess Rookin. Because of this, Princess Rookin hated lechers to the core. Back then, the main culprit Xiaolang had been investigated by her many times to no avail. In the end, he had been killed by an unknown Su Yu. She was so angry that she couldn't calm down. Coincidentally, another famous lecher, Huanyuan Langjun, had appeared. That was why she had taken action, personally. "Auntie, now is not the time to worry about me. If you don't chase after that Su Yu, where are you going to find him?" Princess Rookin said anxiously. The beautiful woman in the palace gown glared at her. "Even Huanyuan Langjun was killed by him. How can we chase after such a person? What if we cause a misunderstanding? Then are we just going to watch him run away?" Princess Rookin wasn't willing to give up. Her brother's forces were all stronger than hers, and they had countless elite soldiers under their command. The number of geniuses were as many as the carps in the river. She was the only one who didn't have many outstanding talents. "You're confused," the beautiful woman in the palace gown sighed and patiently pointed out. "Since this person came for Dao Yu, how far can he run?" Then she came to the place where Su Yu had just stood and grabbed the air with her slender palm. She then silently recited an incantation, and a thread of dark, gray energy was released. With his energy, combined with my fetal hidden breath field formation, It won't be difficult to locate his exact location. The beautiful woman in the palace gown retracted her energy and said, "Prepare a gift. When I find his location, we'll visit him together." Princess Rookin heaved a sigh of relief. She wrinkled her nose and said, "Then you'd better hurry up. Don't let others get ahead of you." The beautiful woman in the palace gown nodded and looked at the half-step martial emperor girl. She furrowed her brows slightly, as if she had discovered something. However, after taking a closer look, she shook her head and withdrew her gaze. This girl isn't ordinary either. She was able to kill the demonic child. Her potential is also shocking. Train her well and don't neglect her. "I know," Princess Rookin said. "Really, I'm not a child anymore. I don't need to be warned about everything." The beautiful woman in the palace gown shook her head helplessly. Her niece was sometimes calm and wise, but most of the time she was muddle-headed, which really gave her a headache. "All right, I'll go and prepare. You should also pack up." Princess Rookin curled her lips and curled her finger at the half-step martial emperor girl. "Follow me." The half-step martial emperor girl lowered her head and followed closely. She heaved a long sigh of relief. A deep, strange light flashed in her eyes. After leaving the courtyard, Suyu did not leave immediately. Since the half-step martial emperor girl recognized Suyu, how could he not report to the corpse emperor? If he was not careful, it would be bad if he bumped into the corpse emperor again, who knew how much of the corpse emperor's abilities and influence had recovered. Taking out a blindfold leaf, Suyu changed into an unfamiliar appearance and slowly walked out of the courtyard. Unless the double-crown martial emperor was present, no one would be able to see through Suyu's disguise. Just as he left the courtyard, Suyu immediately felt a layer of gloomy and obscure aura engulf him. It swept past his body before quickly withdrawing. As expected, the corpse emperor had set up an ambush in the Beyond the Heavens tower. Fortunately, Suyu was cautious enough. Pretending that nothing had happened, Suyu quickly walked into the crowd. "How is it?" In a private room not far away, the corpse emperor was sitting on a bed. His body was surging with corpse energy, healing the burns all over his body. Beside him was a delicate and slender woman. Her face was haggard, and she was carefully applying ointment on the corpse emperor. She was Lanyu. In front of the window stood a middle-aged man in a yellow robe with the head of a corpse-loving dog. It was the corpse-loving dog emperor. He shook his head. "Up until now, only the customers of the Beyond the Heavens Tower have come out. That Su person has not been seen at all." Lan Yu clenched her fists, her eyes filled with hatred. Wouldn't it be more direct to kill our way in to find him? What kind of experts could there be in a mere restaurant? "Yeah." The corpse emperor held her hand and gently rubbed it. "I hate Suyu more than you do, but we must not lose sight of the bigger picture because of the bigger picture." Touching her cheek, the corpse emperor's eyes flashed with deep affection. "When our plan succeeds, I will search the entire Diyu Empire. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find Suyu for you." Lan Yu's face lit up, and she threw herself into the corpse emperor's embrace. After comforting her for a while, the corpse emperor looked at the corpse-loving divine warrior. "How are their preparations?" The corpse-loving divine warrior's lips curled up. "Don't worry, the preparations are complete. They are even more anxious than we are." "That's good." The corpse emperor's eyes burned with excitement. "What I have lost will be repaid 1,000 times over." Chapter 1788. Unaware of this, Suyu circled the southern part of the city cautiously. He did not intend to return to the inn, lest he be exposed. Alas, all my efforts have been for naught. In the small alley, Suyu plucked a leaf to cover his eyes and spat out a mouthful of murky air gloomily. He had taken the risk to kill Huan Yu Langjun, only to end up like this. However, it was not all for naught. At least the Fu Luo Earth Core in the illusory moon cave was still waiting for Suyu. Su Yu immediately set off for the illusory moon cave to prevent further trouble. A few days later, a majestic palace stood in front of them. 9 great rivers stretched across the sky of the palace like rainbows. 3 majestic giant statues stood on 3 sides of the palace. Waves of shocking divine energy lingered around the palace, forming a white mist. It was as if divine energy never dissipated. The everlasting golden light shot out from the palace and illuminated the ancient sky. Su Yu was deeply shocked. That was the palace of the Diu Empire. But what was even more shocking was that he had followed the map and come to the palace to show off. Ordinary people only know that Huanyu Langjun is bold for barging into the palace alone, but they do not know that he is really bold. He actually built the illusory moon cave under the palace. Su Yu exclaimed. Even he could not help but admire Huanyu Langjun's courage. Ordinary people thought that Huanyu Langjun had already taken his 3 concubines and escaped from the Diu Empire. Who knew that not only did he not escape, but he was hiding under the palace. It was no wonder that no one had found him for so many years. No one would search the vicinity of the palace, right? That was how Huanyu Langjun could safely hide here and break through to the martial emperor level with the help of divine energy that was many times more abundant than the outside world. After calming himself down, Su Yu finally understood why the Fu Luo Earth Core would appear here. The palace of the Diu Empire was the source of civilization. There were probably tens of millions of spirit veins underground. Only here could there be hundreds of dried-up spirit veins, and a divine object like the Fu Luo Earth Core could be born. According to Huanyu Langjun's memory, Su Yu walked along the city wall to an extremely ordinary section. Outside the city walls was a powerful defensive array. The slightest touch would immediately alert the palace, and the guards on duty would immediately descend to investigate the situation. If it was not necessary, no one would stay here. Su Yu swept his gaze over the area, then weaved signs with his hands, and a Cosmos 8 trigrams picture appeared. As Su Yu's fingers moved, the 8 trigrams changed. The Kan position. Su Yu fixed his gaze and looked in the direction of the Kan position. It was still within the range of the spell. However, as Su Yu waved his hand, a custom-made fire jade key appeared in his hand, and he inserted it in that direction. Suddenly, a gap as thick as a person's width appeared on the formation soundlessly, without alerting anyone. As soon as the gap appeared, it immediately began to shrink. Su Yu did not hesitate, and he immediately flashed inside. A dark, twisting tunnel extended into the depths of the earth. This should be a dried-up earth vein, right? Su Yu secretly observed. After the earth veins dried up, the interior would often shrink, forming a bottomless tunnel. The earth veins in this area were constantly being absorbed by the Imperial Palace's formation, and many of them had dried up. There should be a lot of similar passageways. They were intricately entwined beneath the palace, forming a labyrinth-like underground world. As expected, Su Yu soon saw the other entrances to the passages of the earth veins. Fortunately, he had Huanyu Langjun's memory, and the underground labyrinth had already been explored by Huanyu Langjun, so he did not have to worry about getting lost. Half a day later, Su Yu came to the entrance of a dried-up spirit vein hidden in the deepest part of the earth. The surface of the entrance was blocked by a giant rock, and its color was no different from that of a spirit vein. If no one had pointed it out, it would have been difficult to discover that it was the entrance of a spirit vein. As Su Yu muttered these words, the giant rock trembled slightly, and a dent appeared on its surface. Su Yu's face was expressionless. He took out a drop of Huanyu Langjun's blood essence and placed it in the dent. The giant rock sensed it and immediately moved to the left, revealing an entrance surrounded by a pink glow. It's really well hidden, Su Yu thought to himself. He immediately stepped into it, and the giant rock behind him closed automatically. The cavern was not deep, and the stone walls were inlaid with hundreds of small cavern worlds of various sizes. The faint light emitted by the cavern worlds illuminated the entire cavern. "Quite a lot," Suyu said, and with a slight movement of his heart, his soul entered one of the cavern worlds. He was shocked to find that there were countless creatures of various sizes inside, but there was only one human. Moreover, it was a stunningly beautiful young woman with an unusually hot figure. She controlled the life and death of all the creatures in the entire cavern world, and was the most powerful creature inside. However, she could not get rid of the sadness and sullenness on her face. Upon closer inspection, he found that there was a transparent chain around her ankle, which was integrated with the entire cavern world. She could not go anywhere except the cavern worlds. Suyu was slightly surprised. He explored several cavern worlds in a row, and the results were the same. Almost every cavern world had one or several stunning beauties, each with different styles. Almost all kinds of beautiful women could be seen. Are they the female slaves collected by Huan Yu Langjun over the years? Suyu's face fell. In some of the cavern worlds, there were skeletons who had been tortured to death. They must have been loyal women who refused to succumb to Huan Yu Longjuan's poison. With a silent sigh, Suyu picked up all the cavern worlds and put them in his arms. He would wait for the right opportunity to release them. Further, in front of the cavern were dozens of rows of wooden shelves. Dozens of wooden boxes, or jade boxes of different sizes, were neatly placed on the wooden shelves. Suyu's eyes lit up. Those must be Huan Yu Longjuan's treasures over the years, right? In his memory, Huan Yu Langjun rarely carried valuable things with him, and most of them were stored here. Suyu was delighted and opened them one by one. Sure enough, every box was filled with incredible items. There were dozens of high-level talismans, elixirs, and precious materials that were hard to find in the outside world. Suyu accepted them without hesitation. However, he did not find what he wanted. Fu Luo Earth's core. Only these. Suyu frowned slightly. Stroking his chin, Suyu fixed his gaze on the empty wooden shelf. With a slap of his palm, a strong wind blew the wooden shelves away. Looking at the large empty space, Suyu stepped on it, and the whole ground trembled. Crack! As if some mechanism had been triggered, a neat crack appeared on the ground. Suyu smiled slightly and reached in with his hand to break it open. Suddenly, a large piece of black iron was broken open, revealing a groove about 10 feet deep. In the groove, there were 2 jade boxes, 1 gold and 1 silver, as well as a strange big bow and a big arrow that had fallen on the ground. Ignoring the big bow, Suyu opened the silver box first. Puff! A shockingly rich energy rushed toward him. Suyu took a breath, and his inner mansion shook. Looking at it, there was a fist-sized crystal heart in the silver box. It was beating constantly, trying to escape. However, it was imprisoned in a jade cage, and no matter how much it jumped, it could not escape. Fu Luo Earth's core. Suyu was envious. How could he ignore the reaction of his inner mansion? This item was as magical as elixirs for advancing to the Overlord level. The Tao Rain was coming, and it would be great if he could improve his cultivation. Closing the silver box, Suyu put it away carefully. With the Fu Luo Earth's core in hand, Suyu looked at the golden box on the side. There were a few simple seals on the outside of the golden box, which were tightly sealed to prevent the item inside from being damaged. It looked even more solemn than the Fu Luo Earth's core. He opened the golden box with a flick of his finger, and inside was a piece of skin of an unknown creature. When he unfolded it, he saw that there were many strange dots on it. Each dot was connected by lines, forming something similar to a spider web. What is this? Suyu was surprised. Dong! After the leather scroll was unfolded, a pitch-black stone the size of a fist fell out from it. Suyu did not recognize what it was. The 2 items in the golden box were hidden together with the Fu Luo Earth's core, and they should not be ordinary items. After thinking about it, Suyu put them away. Finally, there was the ridiculously huge bow. It was gilded in gold, and the bowstring was white. The whole bow was as tall as two people. This isn't a bow used by the human race, is it? Suyu touched the bow, and a cold feeling came over him. Suddenly, his fingers touched some bumps, and when he looked down, he saw that it was the big words carved on the bow. Tiani Bao, Suyu murmured. Unexpectedly, as soon as Suyu murmured, the bow shrank to the size of a palm. Suyu was stunned, and after thinking about it, he said, Tiani Bao. With a swoosh, the bow instantly shrank to the size of two people. It was the first time Suyu had seen such a strange bow. He grasped it, but what made Suyu's face change slightly was that he could not pick it up. With his current cultivation, it was easy for him to destroy countless cavern worlds, but he could not pick up a bow? With a thought, a worn-out oil lamp appeared on top of Suyu's head. Light shone from his chest, and a power of law appeared. The law of great strength. With the law of great strength, Suyu's strength increased tenfold. With all his strength, the Tiani Bao was slowly lifted off the ground. Suyu was dumbfounded. What was this bow made of? Even an emperor would not be able to lift such a heavy bow, would it? Then Suyu tried to pull the bowstring, but it was even more strenuous. Even with all his strength, he could only pull an inch. Where did Huan Yu Langjun get this strange bow? Suyu was amazed. Looking at the gilded arrow on the ground, Suyu was quite curious. What kind of divine power was suitable for such a strange bow? When Suyu first entered the martial path, he used a longbow. Seeing that he was eager to hunt, Suyu could not help but put the arrow on the bowstring and pulled it an inch. It doesn't seem to have any special power. Suyu frowned slightly. Just as he was feeling puzzled, something strange happened. The stone wall moved strangely, revealing 10 crystal screens of the same size. The 10 crystals lit up at the same time, showing a quiet picture. Suyu recognized it. It was the passage of the earth vein that he had come from. Is this a treasure used to monitor the outside world? Suyu suddenly realized that Huanyu Langjun was very cautious. Suddenly, Suyu fixed his eyes on one of the pictures, and his face changed slightly. In one of the pictures, there was a group of 2 people flashing through the earth vein like ghosts. One of them was covered in a gray robe, and Suyu could not identify his face. But the other person made Suyu's face change dramatically. The emperor's corpse. Suyu's face fell. How could the emperor's corpse appear under the palace? Chapter 1789. The gray-robed man beside him? Who could it be? The only comforting thing was that they didn't discover anyone monitoring them. Judging from their tracks, it wasn't Suyu's location. The 2 of them chatted as they walked. Unfortunately, the crystal screen could only send back images and could not eavesdrop on their conversation. However, Suyu still managed to make out a few words from the movements of the emperor's lips. Rise to heaven. Ancient Fuyao formation. In a few breaths, the 2 of them disappeared from the screen, their whereabouts unknown. Suyu's expression was grave as he slowly withdrew his power. What he didn't notice was that the relaxed bowstring vaguely drew across the shadow of a chain of laws. I hope that nothing unexpected happens. Suyu had a bad premonition. First was the corpse emperor, then the emperor corpse. There must be a reason why they gathered at the Diyu Empire. However, he could not warn the Diyu Empire. Firstly, there was no concrete evidence. His words carried little weight, and it would be difficult for the Diyu Empire to believe him. Secondly, he had a close relationship with the corpse clan in the past, and if this matter were to be found out by the Diyu dynasty, he would instead fall into trouble. With a sigh, Suyu glanced at the Tiani Bao. Since the emperor's corpse had appeared here, it was not a good idea to create a commotion. He wiped his fingers and put away the bow and arrows. After leaving the earth vein, Suyu once again chose a more remote inn. The next morning, he went to a few material shops in the imperial city. According to the records, the Fulua geocentric core was born underground, and over the years it had accumulated a lot of inattributed impurities. If taken directly, it would affect the inner palace. Therefore, more precious supplementary materials were needed. After 2 days of searching, he had found all the other supplementary materials except for the fire attribute Absolute Flame Crystal. The Absolute Flame Crystal was the sole crystal of the 3-flavor fire spirit, a ferocious emperor beast. The 3-taste fire spirit resided in fire-attributed areas with rich fire-attributed attributes all year round. Their numbers were very few, and they were extremely difficult to discover. In addition, there were many hunters in the past, so their numbers decreased sharply. There were very few traces of the 3-flavor fire spirit left in the Du Empire's civilization. I'm sorry, but our store has not touched this item for 300 years. The largest store in the Imperial City, the Treasure Building, gave Su Yu a disappointed reply. For 2 whole days, they did not find anything. Shopkeeper, please keep an eye out for news of the Absolute Fiery Crystal. I will definitely reward you handsomely, Su Yu said helplessly. The shopkeeper smiled. Of course. However, fellow Taoist, please don't hold too high of a hope. This treasure can only be chanced upon by luck, and it's absolutely impossible to obtain without fortune. Su Yu's face darkened, and he took his leave and returned to the inn. Caressing the silver box, he couldn't help but frown. It seems like I was thinking too easily. Dong Dong, who is it? Su Yu was immediately on guard. It's the waiter. Sir, 2 of your friends have come to visit. They asked me to report to you. Su Yu had come here alone, so how could he have any friends? A wisp of paleness flashed across his eyes, and he could clearly see through the situation downstairs. Why does he look so familiar? 2 women stood quietly downstairs. One of them was a beautiful woman dressed in a white palace robe with an extraordinary bearing. The other was a young lady in a 100 butterfly dress. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She stood gracefully like a fresh flower. For some unknown reason, Su Yu felt that the young lady looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly, the image of jade-faced young master flashed in his mind, and his face gradually overlapped with the exquisite face of the girl in front of him. It's her? Su Yu furrowed his brows. He had clearly knocked her unconscious. So how could she still track his whereabouts? And she had even brought a mysterious woman dressed in a palace robe with her. Her body emitted a faintly discernible ripple of a spell, making it impossible for Su Yu to see through it. The beautiful woman in the palace robe seemed to have sensed it. She met Su Yu's transparent eyes, smiled sweetly and curtsied. He had been discovered. Su Yu was secretly surprised. Even a martial artist might not be able to detect his transparent eyes. This woman was a little unusual. His eyes flashing, Su Yu said, "Let them come up." So far, it seemed like the 2 of them had no ill intentions. You really are here. The young lady in the 100 butterfly dress pushed open the door and entered. She immediately saw Su Yu and her eyes brightened. The beautiful woman in the palace robe reprimanded. "Don't be rude." She turned to Su Yu and smiled. "My friend, you are very skilled." He was in his true appearance, and his face was cold. "I don't think we know each other, do we?" The beautiful woman in the palace robe sat down gracefully and looked at Su Yu. "You might not know me, but I'm sure you have recognized my niece. Why pretend not to know?" Su Yu glanced at the young lady in the 100 butterfly dress and shook his head. "Sorry, I don't know her." "Humph." The young lady in the 100 butterfly dress bared her teeth. "Stop pretending. Apart from you, there is no one else in the Imperial City who can use the yin-yang escape technique. If I am not wrong, it should be a secret technique of the Tai Chi faction, right?" Su Yu's expression sank. He did not deny it, nor did he confirm it. "My friend, don't be anxious. We have no ill intentions." The beautiful woman in the palace robe took out an exquisite brocade box. "What do you mean?" Su Yu raised his brows. The beautiful woman in the palace robe said, I'm sure you do not know the identity of your niece? She is Princess Rookin." What? Su Yu was stunned, and he could not help but look at the young lady in the 100-butterfly dress in surprise. Princess Rookin would personally assassinate Huan Yu Langjun? The beautiful woman in the palace robe was a little helpless. "Rookin has not been disciplined since she was young. My friend, please excuse me." Su Yu calmed his emotions and creased his brows. "I wonder why the princess and the emperor have come to visit." Although he said this, his expression was not the least bit fearful. The beautiful woman in the palace robe was slightly surprised. Could this person see through her identity as an emperor? Straightening her expression, the beautiful woman in the palace robe said, "I believe my friend is aware that the Dayu Empire has been promoted to a 3-star civilization, and the undecided position of the crown prince is about to be decided, right?" This matter was not a secret in the imperial city, and Su Yu had heard about it many times. Looking at Princess Rookin, he could not help but be surprised. Could it be that Princess Rookin also wants to compete for the position of the crown prince? Princess Rookin raised her chin. "Why, can't I? Is it because I am a woman?" Her mannerisms were very manly, and her expression flickered with an almost imperceptible calmness and wisdom. However, it disappeared in a flash and was difficult to capture. That is not the case. In the world of martial arts, power was everything, and the patriarchal mentality was not as weak as that of the ordinary people. Women were the leaders of factions, and even the monarchs of empires. I just feel that where did Princess Rookin get the confidence to compete with my brothers? As far as I know, none of the kings have pledged their loyalty to you. On the other hand, the other emperors all have loyalists, especially the crown prince. Not only did he receive the support of 4 kings, but he was also appointed as the crown prince many years ago. No matter how I look at it, the crown prince being appointed as the crown prince is a sure thing, right? Princess Rookin did not agree. Haha, if it is really a sure thing, why have the other brothers been secretly recruiting forces all these years? The beautiful woman in the palace robe added, "My friend, you might not know this, but in the Dayu Empire's monarch succession, the support of the kings is only secondary. The most important thing is to seize the nation's destiny. Only the one who gathers the nation's destiny can become the emperor. Once he becomes the emperor, no matter who the 10 kings have pledged their loyalty to, they can only pledge their loyalty to the new emperor." This was different from ordinary political struggles. However, Su Yu rejected her decisively. "Regrettably, I do not wish to get involved in the struggle for the position of the empire's heir for no reason." The beautiful woman in the palace robe seemed to have expected this, and she laughed softly. "My friend, why do you reject me so quickly? Why don't you take a look at the brocade box first?" Oh, so confident. Ordinary resources, especially plants, were rarely of interest to him. After a moment of silence, Su Yu opened the brocade box, and his pupils shrank. A fragment of the absolute fire crystal. His face fell. "Are you following me?" The beautiful woman in the palace robe said calmly, "My friend, do you think that with the imperial family's power, there is a need for us to follow you to investigate someone?" That was true. This was the imperial city, and it was easy for the imperial family to investigate someone. Su Yu's expression softened, and he said, "What I want is the complete, absolute fire crystal, not the fragment." This item was irreplaceable for his breakthrough to the peak overlord level. If the other party could provide him with the complete, absolute fire crystal, it might not be a bad deal for him to help them to the best of his abilities. The beautiful woman in the palace robe furrowed her brows, and Princess Rookin became distressed. The imperial family's last precious absolute fire crystal was used 100 years ago, and it has never been found again. "I'm afraid," suddenly the beautiful woman's eyes flickered. "We do not have the absolute fire crystal, but the imperial family has just received news about the 3 flavors fire spirit." Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he began to ponder. The beautiful woman in the palace robe continued. The imperial family has prepared a group of people to go there to hunt. Unfortunately, those people were sent by the first prince. If they manage to get their hands on them, it will be very difficult for them to come back. You want me to serve you just because of a piece of news? Su Yu asked calmly. The beautiful woman in the palace robe shook her head. Of course not. We can provide you with the news for free, and we will also send a group of people to accompany you on the hunt. As a reward for joining us, I can make the decision to give you a place in the first-grade Dao Rain area. Andy, are you crazy? How is that possible? Princess Rookin could not help but say, that is the area that only the imperial family can enter, and it will be personally verified by the imperial uncle of the double-crowned emperor. How could it be fake? Su Yu was also tempted. He had learned about the difference between the grades of the Dao Rain area. The first grade area was the center of the Dao Rain, which was less than 100 miles in radius. However, the Dao Rain that descended was pure and dense, and its effect was 3 times that of the second grade area. The second grade area was 5 times that of the third grade area. So on and so forth, the fourth grade area was at the edge of the Dao Rain, and its effect was extremely weak. If he could enter the first grade area, coupled with the blood crystal Bodhi that had exceeded its mature age, Su Yu was confident that he could forge the rules in the inner mansion. However, as Princess Rookin had said, only the imperial family could enter the first grade area. With the double-crowned emperor guarding it, all cheating could be eliminated. A strange expression flashed across the beautiful woman's face, and she smiled mysteriously. I have my ways, but I can't tell you now. Su Yu creased his brows. My friend, don't worry. If I am unable to fulfill my promise, you can leave. I believe that with your escape techniques, I will not be able to stop you. After a moment of silence, Su Yu nodded slowly. All right. The beautiful woman in the palace robe and Princess Rookin were delighted. I will record the information about the 3 flavors fire spirit for you now. The beautiful woman placed a jade scroll on her forehead, and a ball of fluorescent light entered it before handing it to Su Yu. Having reached an agreement, the beautiful woman in the palace robe was in a good mood. My friend, why don't you follow us back to the princess's residence first? I will arrange for a group of people to go there immediately. Su Yu did not reject her. The 3 flavors fire spirit was an existence of the emperor level, and it would be much easier with assistance. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the joy on Princess Rookin's face. Su Yu paused for a moment, and his eyes flashed as he asked, May I ask the 2 of you a question? The beautiful woman in the palace robe chuckled. Go ahead. Su Yu said, May I ask, what is the Fuyao ancient formation? The appearance of the emperor's corpse had made it difficult for Su Yu to calm down. Princess Rookin was confused, and so was the beautiful woman in the palace robe. She asked, Where did you hear about it? Did they not know? I overheard it by accident. Since you do not know, forget it. The beautiful woman in the palace robe had no expression on her face. I will order someone to investigate for you. With a sweet smile, she turned around and led the way. However, at that moment, her pretty face changed drastically. She glanced at Su Yu from the corner of her eye, and her eyes were filled with a strange light. Chapter 1790. In the depths of the majestic imperial palace, in front of a beautiful glazed hall carved with dragons and phoenixes, Su Yu carefully checked his travel preparations. Glass heavenly fire symbol, traceless steps on fire, golden toad flame repelling robe. The 3 flavor fire spirit was located in an extremely hot region. Ordinary people would not be able to approach it and would need to rely on external objects. Princess Rookin was very efficient. In just one day, she had not only prepared the resources, but she had also prepared a small team to assist Su Yu in hunting the 3 flavors fire spirit. Young Master Su, this is the team that will accompany you. This is the team leader by Hichu. Princess Ru Chen led a team of 3 over from somewhere. The leader was a burly man dressed in jet-black armor with a black iron saber hanging from his waist. His shoulders were broad, and his back was broad, and he was extremely burly. He exuded the extraordinary aura of a half-step martial emperor. The other 2 were a man and a woman. The woman had a graceful figure, but her looks were average. The man, on the other hand, had a fair complexion and no facial hair. He was exceptionally handsome. Both of them were quite young, and they were about the same age as Suyu. What was remarkable about them was that their cultivations weren't low, and they were both at the peak of the Overlord realm. "Greetings, Princess." The 3 of them stepped forward to greet her. Princess Ruching nodded her chin. "You must assist young Master Su this time. Take down the Sanwei fire spirit in one fell swoop. Do you understand?" "Yes." The 3 of them looked at Su Yu. The jet-black armored man was still fine, his expression unchanged, but the pale-faced youth flashed a faint smile. The beautiful woman frowned slightly, and there was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. She and the pale-faced youth were young elites that Princess Rukin had secretly recruited over the years. This time, they received orders to assist another person in hunting the 3 flavors fire spirit. She was extremely displeased that the person she was supposed to assist was actually Princess Rukin's newly recruited advisor. Now that they had met, she realized that the other party's cultivation was even lower than hers. Naturally, she was unconvinced. In terms of cultivation, she was above him. So how could she be willing to work for Suyu? "Then let's go." Princess Rukin bestowed the same fire-repelling resources to the 3 of them. Then, she used the teleportation formation in the royal family's collection to directly arrive at their destination. They appeared in the heavily guarded embassy of the imperial envoy. The imperial family had an imperial envoy in every fief, responsible for the communication between the imperial family and the fief. The imperial family's special teleportation array was located here. Imperial envoy He Yun sensed that something was amiss with the royal array and respectfully stood in front of the array. When the group of 4 appeared, Imperial envoy He Yun sized them up and politely asked, "May I ask who you 4 are?" The armored man did not say a word. He took out a platinum-colored token from his waist. "We are here on Princess Rukin's orders. Let them pass quickly." Imperial envoy He Yun's expression changed slightly. He immediately ordered the guards to release the array formation and let them out. The 4 of them did not say anything. They rushed out of the embassy and disappeared into the sky. Imperial envoy He Yun's gaze shifted as he secretly crushed a jade scroll of the residence. A dignified middle-aged man in a vermilion robe was examining the injuries of a slightly pale woman in a secret chamber. Suddenly his heart stirred. He glanced at the jade strip on his waist, and his face sank. "Father, is it news about Imperial envoy He Yun?" The woman turned her head and asked. Of Wang of King Yu, the emperor, and said, "Master of King of the Emperor of Emperor, King RRRR." Worry appeared on the woman's face. Could it be that the royal family has found out about the loss of the Beijing king, Tripod? If Suyu was here, he would surely recognize her. This woman was the north-gazing pearl. The middle-aged man in the sparrow robe was the current king of the north. Unfortunately, the place where the 3 fire spirit appeared was in the northern territory. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. It's only a matter of time before the royal family finds out. What I'm worried about is that we're not prepared enough. The middle-aged man's expression was rather hazy. Ever since the Wangding was lost, Beixi knew that disaster was imminent. Once the imperial family found out about this, the lightest punishment would be to cripple their cultivation, and the heaviest punishment would be to confiscate their possessions and behead them. When they learned that the person who stole the King Cauldron had the background of the double-crowned emperor and the corpse clan, the higher-ups of Beijing reached an agreement. The entire clan fled dynasty. All these years they had been secretly preparing to escape at any time. How could he not be nervous when he heard that the imperial family had sent unknown troops into the Northern Territory twice? Northern Sword Monarch took out a bronze mirror and pointed at it, shouting in a deep voice, "Inform the elders to deal with these people as well. Not a single one of them is allowed to escape." The north-gazing Pearl's expression changed. What if they're not investigating Wangding? Wouldn't that alert the enemy? Shaking his head, Northern Sword Monarch said, "There's no other way. We can only stake it all on one throw." As soon as he finished speaking, the north-gazing Pearl's expression suddenly changed. She bit her lips tightly, and a strange crimson color hung on her cheeks. Her eyes were watery, and she gradually lost her mind. Northern Sword Monarch's expression was gloomy. "It's starting again." The young girl nodded and said in a trembling voice, "Father, save me!" Northern Sword Monarch's eyes revealed a stern expression. "This is a curse unique to the Corpse Clan. Ordinary methods are useless. It seems that you have to go to the Imperial City and enter that place, Ziluo Volcano. This was the third largest volcano of the Diyu dynasty. The diameter of the volcano alone was tens of thousands of miles. The underground magma covered an area of millions of miles. The thick smoke covered the sky, and it was dim yellow. Swoosh! For divine lights cut through the dim yellow sky and landed at the crater of the volcano. The armored man stared at the volcano that was about to erupt below. His expression changed, and he shouted, "Get ready, we're about to enter the volcano." The three people behind him immediately put on their fire-repelling clothes and fire-repelling shoes and jumped in together. The scorching hot flames surged over, but they were all bounced off when they landed on the golden-toed, fire-repelling clothes. Only a small amount of the flames affected them. This item was indeed magical. After descending tens of thousands of feet, a hole as tall as a man suddenly appeared on the volcano wall. It was scorched by the magma. "It's inside." The armored man looked at the information he had received, and his eyes lit up. He stepped into the hole in a flash. The pale-faced man and the slender woman followed closely behind, and Su Yu was the last. He looked at the boiling magma below him, which was like a lake. Some fire-based creatures that were visible to the naked eye were swimming in it. Many of them were not weak, and there were even peak-level martial emperors. Along the way, he had a question. As the third largest volcano, there should be practitioners who captured fire-based creatures all year round. Why was it that the three flavors fire spirit had not been discovered for hundreds of years, but was suddenly discovered recently? "Your Excellency, it's better not to be a burden. Luo volcano is full of dangers, and it's dangerous to stay here for even a minute longer," the slender woman said unhappily as she turned her head. Su Yu came back to his senses, turned around, and followed in. The cave was twisted and turned, and it meandered deep underground. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature became, and the hotter it became. Their feet made sizzling sounds as they stepped on the ground, and a large amount of white smoke rose. Even with the traceless fire step, they could still feel the burning pain under their feet. At the end of the walk, the ground caved in with every step, and layers of magma seeped out. Suddenly, Su Yu's face changed, and he stopped in his tracks. Through the transparent eye, he saw two charred corpses in the depths of the tunnel. "Be careful!" The armored man's eyes narrowed, and he waved his hand to stop the team. The slender woman was shocked. "What happened?" "There's a situation in front. Everyone be alert." The group of people immediately surged with divine light, and they cautiously moved forward. At the turn, two charred corpses came into view. The clothes on their bodies were destroyed, and they could not tell which faction they belonged to. The armored man squatted down to examine them and frowned. When they were alive, they should have been peak-level overlords, and their bone age was less than 30 years old. They were killed by a powerful fire-based attack. The pupils of the pale-faced young man and the slender woman shrank. A peak-level overlord who was less than 30 years old. Didn't that mean that he was a young genius with a higher aptitude than them? The latter half of the sentence made them even more vigilant. Dying from a fire-based attack made them realize something. The armored man stood up, his expression grave. It looks like it was a group of people sent by the first prince. From the looks of their deaths, it was most likely the work of the 3 flavors fire spirit. The few of them had grave expressions. Even if it was a fire spirit, it was still an emperor-level existence. It might not be the work of the fire spirit. Su, you had been observing from the side for a long time. The slender woman laughed. What do you think, young Master Su? The sarcasm and mockery in her words were obvious, but Su Yu did not seem to hear it. He could not be bothered. It was not the first time that this woman had picked up needles along the way, and she seemed to have a deep prejudice against him. The armored man looked over seriously. Su Yu had discovered the 2 corpses before he did, and he had seen Su Yu's subtle movements. Friend Su, if you have something to say, just say it. Su Yu looked at the charred corpses, took out a small sword and slashed at them. With a puff, the charred corpses were split into 2, and a large amount of black smoke rose from them. The armored man's expression changed. Cover your body. It's a poison barrier. The 3 of them stared at the corpses in shock, their expressions changing. They had never heard that the Sanwei fire spirit was proficient in poison techniques. Clearly their deaths were man-made. There is an unknown force lurking in the dark. We must be more careful. The armored man looked at Su Yu. Su Yu pondered for a moment. Since everyone is here for me, why don't you let me lead the way? Besides, I am proficient in some techniques, so I might be more sensitive to danger. The armored man pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, Then be careful. If anything happens to you, it will be difficult for us to answer to Princess Rukin. The pale-faced youth smiled and looked at him kindly. The slender woman frowned. Humph, you should have done this long ago. Su Yu shrugged, unconcerned, and continued to lead the group forward. Before long, they reached their limit, and the fire-repelling robes and the golden toad began to show signs of damage. Seeing that they were about to reach their limit, Su Yu's eyes lit up. Found it! After a turn, a lava lake appeared in front of them. A pitch-black reef stood in the middle of the lava lake. A crystal, fox-like creature was lying on the reef. Sensing that a living creature was approaching, the crystal hurriedly crawled toward the lava lake. However, its movements were very slow, even slower than a tortoise. This creature was the Sanwei fire spirit, a spirit born from the fire essence primordial energy. It had very low spiritual intelligence. It was born with the cultivation of a martial emperor, but it had no actual combat experience. The pale-faced youth and the slender woman were delighted. Princess Rukin had warned them that if they found the Sanwei fire spirit, they would be rewarded with a real emperor-level divine weapon. If anyone caught it, they would be rewarded with another one as an additional reward. With a tacit understanding, the 2 of them shot out like sharp swords, fighting to capture the Sanwei fire spirit.